It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
This girl's trying to act so classy. Oh, you're from Jersey. Shut up. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is nice. I always win so easy. But then DVD cheat. Bitch, you're Baroque like you're Bach. My money's up, my tracks are hot. I'm the queen, you're a bitch top cunt. You're a master of none. Mona Lisa, I'm smiling. Cause my money just keep piling. I'm Da Vinci, winning easy. I'm the queen of being sexy. Don't like Michelangelo. 16 walls, I'm made of gold. I prose like a pro. I prose Cicero. I'm Da Vinci, sitting pretty. I'm the king of every city. Got a lot to say, I'm wordy. No Jersey girl can hurt me. Technically, you're hella boring. Technically, I'm busy touring. Why do 3 every night? White girl wasted, sugar and spice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is nice. I always win so easy. Like then DVD cheat. Bitch, you're Baroque like you're Bach. My money's up, my tracks are hot. I'm the queen, you're a bitch top cunt. You're a master of none. 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 You're a master of none.
It's B3CCA.
so classy. Oh, you're from Jersey. Shut up. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is nice. I always win so easy. Like then, DDV. Bitch, you're Baroque like you're Bach. My mind is up, my tracks are hot. I'm the queen, real bitch, top cunt. You're a master of none. Mona Lisa, I'm smiling, cause my money just keep piling. I'm Da Vinci, winning easy. I'm the queen of being sexy. Don't like Michelangelo. 16 walls, I'm made of gold. I prose like a pro. I prose Cicero. I'm Da Vinci, sitting pretty. I'm the king of every city. Got a lot to say, I'm wordy. No Jersey girl can hurt me. Technically, you're hella boring. Technically, I'm busy touring. Why do 3 every night? White girl wasted, sugar and spice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is nice. I always win so easy. Like then, DDV. Bitch, you're Baroque like you're Bach. My money's up, my tracks are hot. I'm the queen, real bitch, top cunt. You're a master of none. 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 You're a master of none.
Ooh, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, Sicko Saturday Night. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. And we are here today, this Saturday. Round of applause, PWT Universe. Round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are like, oh, Phil, I miss the Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week segments. Well, we have one tonight. So flutes in the chat for that. Check out my other channel, Phil Marks Out, on YouTube, if you want to hear me bitch about pop culture and Stranger Things and other things like that. So let's jump right into stuff, guys. My plugs, nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. It's 70% off of 2-year plans right now. That's like the New Year deal. So check that out. That's special for you guys. And let's just get into things, Patreon. Check me out on Patreon. And there's been a lot of sicko stuff to where, when it gets overloaded. Well, let's talk about what's going to be in the show. Drew McIntyre finally won the goddamn title. We're going to talk about that in WWE news. That's why I'm getting right to the chase, because we got like SmackDown to review and stuff like this. All right. And so your boy Phil is eager. Dave Meltzer's hurting wrestlers, and I can't wait for DMW to talk about this. I got to do it now. And also, it's been slow in the news. You can tell dirt sheets are reaching and grasping for anything. They're just reporting like nothingness. They're reporting like fake what WWE, how interested they are in pushing people. Like, that's just the dumbest thing you don't even know, right? Like, anyone could catch fire. Anyone could catch on. They didn't plan on pushing Danielson. He went all the way to fucking having a Yeselmania, an entire WrestleMania shaped around him, So it's like they're just scraping the bottom of the barrel. So we're gonna, I don't know, we're doing the same thing, I guess, for this show. But speaking of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, I am recording bonus episodes of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week that will go on Patreon well before anyone will see them anywhere. So and don't worry, like DMW still goes down on Thursdays, but Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week bonus episodes on Patreon coming very, very soon as well, okay? But we are doing a Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment segment today, even though we just did one a couple days ago. It won't be 3 hours or anything, but we do have one. I had to bring it to PWT Live Show because dude's just tripping. He's just been tripping. He started this year off maybe the worst start to any Meltzer year ever. So we're going to get into that. Also, WWE is allegedly signing everyone after Brian Alvarez said that they weren't signing anyone. And now they're apparently signing every single person. So again, follow me at Phil Marks Out on YouTube. And hit like and subscribe or retweet, heart. You can super chat in, become a member if you want to directly support the show that way as well. And I appreciate you all. Let's get into it. I know you guys have been waiting patiently, diligently. How's y'all's weekend been, though? You guys watched SmackDown? It was on at an earlier time. We're going to get into all of that and more. But let's rock with some miscellaneous news to start things off. We've been talking a lot about New Japan, and so much so it could get its own Phil Marks bookmarks folder. Probably not, but it is time for some TNA news. Oh, and I appeared on JJ's show, JJ Alexander, Full Circle Radio Network. I was on White Heat again, and we argued for like an hour about Obafemi. Like, you want to hear an epic back and forth argument about like Obafemi and Javon Evans and NXT and these call-ups. It's JJ's hating on NXT, and I'm your boy Phil's defending NXT and Obafemi, and we just went head to head in like the last hour of that show. And he was just trashing Obafemi. He brought like video evidence as to why he's the shits. I don't know if that episode's up. And we were duking it out. It was a great time. So make sure you guys tune into that. Okay, so let's get into things here. Let's get into so some miscellaneous news, ladies and gentlemen. Here, we'll hit it one more time. Actually, I hit the TNA news drop because I'm just all over the place. Clearly, I had TNA on my mind because I was right before I hopped on the air. I was just bookmarking a couple TNA headlines that just broke as well. So here we go. It is time for miscellaneous news. I'm all over the place.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Big Botch and Phil here. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so the big gold belt returns and the Unbound Co. is formed and the Young Lion Cup is back. Here is New Japan in 1 minute. What happened in New Japan last week? More of this. I hope they post this on all their socials. I will play it every single week when they do it on the show. I don't know if they just started doing this, but they need to not relent on this and have this guy do this once a week, and then everyone can quickly catch up. And if they see something that interests them, maybe they go, I got to look that up, you know?
I'm Chris Johnson, and here's everything that's been happening in New Japan Pro Wrestling this week. It was the end of one era at Wrestle Kingdom 20 and the beginning of the next as Yoda Tsuji, the IWGP Global and the IWGP Heavyweight Champion, starting a brand new chapter with a new faction. War Dogs unaffiliated no longer. Instead, Unbound Company will be taking the stage through the road to the new beginning. Their first course of action is opposite the United Empire. United Empire bolstered by the addition of Andrade El Idolo and Jake Lee. But with the surprise return of Will Ospreay at New Year Dash, what happens next in that area? Is everybody happy? We're going to find out as we get on the road to the new beginning. The start of this tour happening January the 18th with Blue Justice, and then January the 19th in Korakuen Hall, and the return of the Young Lion Cup. Who will be the cream of the young crop? We're going to find out. Plus, big events coming. New Jersey, February the 27th.
They ain't even paying me for this chat. We're just doing it. I'm just ripping this huge commercial pretty much.
And
here,
Death Vegas Invitational. Tickets going on sale right this moment. I'm Chris Johnson. You're up to date.
I mean, more of that. More of that. Now, again, you could liven it up a little bit. But, I mean, how does that kid have more charisma than Tony Khan when he does lives, bro? What the fuck? Holy. So, moving along here, New Japan presents the New Beginning USA. Available tickets, 1,500. So, about 1,600 available tickets. 2,800 is the current setup. They've distributed about 1,200 tickets for the New Beginning USA. And so I really hope it's in New Jersey. If you guys are there, around there, go and support that show. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I just wish they moved a little bit more tickets. I thought AEW was supposed to help them with all that. And Tone's just been talking about, we're going to be all over New Japan stuff this year. And it just doesn't get my hopes up, but we're out here trying. Speaking of Japanese pro wrestling and pro wrestlers, Stardom announces that they signed former AEW. How long? She had like 3 matches in AEW. But of course, the Observer has to do this. Former AEW and TJPW wrestler Maki Ito. So I thought she was coming to America, whoa, and trying to like make it there or whatever. But obviously, I mean, we like Maki Ito here at PWT. We've laughed at a few of her clips. You know, she does ridiculous shit, and it's pretty funny. And like she does these little TikTok videos or like Instagram reels or whatever that are awesome as well. And we've watched a couple of them, but she the body slam challenge, do you guys remember that? But I just don't know if she'd be willing to compromise. Not saying it would be, not saying you compromise yourself to go to AEW or WWE, but you do to some degree, like artistically, right? You have to work within the confines, and the way she has sort of promoted herself, does she switch that up in any way? She would have to go to WWE. I don't even think that's a good fit for her. AEW, she would pop me, but I mean, there's been so much dumb shit on the show that I don't know. They'd put her on like Dark or whatever, AEW Dark. They put her on Dynamite, I think, like one time, but when she was on like Dark and shit, it worked. It's just like it's like their version of their house show. Here's just a bunch of matches for our young guys. We'll put it on YouTube because, again, everyone films everything, which is what me and JJ argued about on his show. He's like, Oba should be getting the reps in. I'm like, but dude, everything's on TV, and you guys know I've been advocating that NXT shouldn't even be on television, right? Like, think about OVW. We got to see the Leviathan and shit. Well, we didn't get to see it, is the whole thing. But people in that regional, I'm saying we, because as a fandom, I do that, whatever, you guys know. For all wrestling, I'm a sicko. I'm a wacko. But, you know, people like... me and JJ had a great discussion about it, like the Bashams, you know, they were fucking in their 30s. They were like over in their territory as like individual guys. They got slapped together as the Basham brothers. And then the Basham brothers are discontinued. And then you're kind of like, what's happening to the tag division? But you don't realize like those guys were already wrestling for how many years, or at least I didn't, because I was a kid back then. Right. And so nowadays we're all smart fans and we all have smartphones. And so everybody's filming shit. You can't have Obafemi can't go just like work a territory that someone will videotape that guy and put it on the internet. And then, so it's a whole new landscape. And yeah, I used to dig AEW Dark and Dark Elevation, because that's where people like Maki Ito, you could test the waters. Like, okay, how much of this silliness really works? And instead, and I don't know, I just like Maki Ito. I think she's got a great look, and you cut out all the bullshit. She can wrestle, and she's really entertaining. And so I was hoping we'd see her even maybe in AEW, you know, NWA, TNA, you know, they're expanding like, and she doesn't need to be doing like all the crazy shit she was doing. Like, she doesn't do all these crazy dives and stuff, but she'll, you know, you guys have seen it, the fucking falling headbutt and stuff. I'm spending a lot of time on Maki Ito. Shout her out. Speaking of more New Japan talent in AEW and whatnot, and I just put this in miscellaneous news because it's like, I don't know, do I separate everyone into their own categories? I don't know. So the Wrestling Observer, and I mean, like, we're gonna play flutes for Dave Meltzer Dumb Week, but maybe we can give this like a Brian, like a Brian thing, because Brian Alvarez was out there saying shit like, WWE's not signing anybody, they're fucking not signing anyone up, they're not interested unless you're like a big name from AEW, like is sort of what Brian made it out to be like. And then all of a sudden the Knockout Brothers, like the same day, the Knockout Brothers, it's revealed they were offered WWE contracts, and then they revealed that they're staying in New Japan at New Year's Dash. And so Gabe Kidd, who's been on a lot of people's minds, apparently there's a lot of interest for Gabe Kidd in the United States. And Gabe's New Japan contract is probably up at the end of January this month. And it's funny because Dave is like, there's a lot of interest for Gabe in the United States. And then he went on to say that WWE is very interested in him. So it directly goes against what Brian was saying. But furthermore, it's like, bro, this is where Dave tries to get in and like manipulate the pro wrestling business in a way. And this is how like he can affect people's jobs. And I like Gabe Kidd. I don't want him to not have a job or whatever. I'm not trying to say that, but like Dave, we know where he's fucking going. We know why. Like if Dave truly studied the business and learned anything, he would know that Gabe Kidd was only allowed to trash AEW because he was going to AEW. We've already seen him wrestling in AEW. I just don't get it, man. He's like trying to help Gabe Kidd, what? Money Mark Tony and more? I have no clue. And good on him, I guess, but it's just and then like Brian was just saying, oh, they're not signing anyone. And then all of a sudden, Gabe Kidd. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think that's a big enough name. And I was glazing Gabe Kidd like at the beginning of 2025. I was like, you guys should watch his match with Omega. Like, it was really good. I was putting it over hard. And I was like, I'm with this guy if he's really keeping it real about AEW. Then he started showing up in AEW. In 2025, he had a hard fall off, man, in my opinion, in like the perception of American fans or like North American fans or whatever, because they were like, hey, who's this New Japan guy calling out Orton and talking shit about Tony Khan and shit? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's just going to put Darby Allin over and just doing the same shit. We've seen every guy who comes into AEW with any hype on them. They just get booked the same way, and they just stuck him with the Bomba Claw Club. So he's going to be an AEW, guys, okay? Like, I don't know what the fuck Dave is talking about ever, you know? But,
or, you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing,
So David Finlay has interest from WWE as his New Japan contract expires soon. And this is courtesy of Wrestle votes on Fightful Select. I mean, I'm willing to believe it just based off of, I'm sure, AEW and WWE and TNA and everybody's looking at David Finlay, right? So son of the legendary Fit Finlay, if I'm not mistaken. He's not his grandkid, right? He's just his son, right? David Finlay age. Let's look at his age. 32 years. So Dave Finlay Sr.'s dad's Fit Finlay. Yeah, there you go. And so I want to say what, third generation wrestler? Was Senior a wrestler? And yeah, or is there even a senior? Whatever, dude. Second, third generation, doesn't matter. We'll do the Wikipedias later. But it kind of matters. But David Finlay's only 32. I think that's the ripe age. You could just NXT him. You could stick him. You could just run vignettes for like 4 weeks on, hey, we have this guy debuting. And then he just debuts on Raw or SmackDown like they used to do old school and just see if a guy gets over. You could call him David Finlay and everything. Now, the one thing I hope they don't do is have him doing his dad too much. Pause, right? But you guys know what I mean? Like, I hope they don't like stick him with a shillelagh and shit just because, unless he wants to do that, then go and do it. But if they, and I'm not saying let the inmates run the asylum, but if they're like, okay, he'll have a shillelagh off with Sheamus or something, that'll be whack. I don't think they'll do that, guys. I'm just saying, like, hey, I'm trying to be like, hey, if WWE could fuck this up, maybe this is how, but they're not hacky enough to do that, I don't think, lately. And I would like to see him. Yeah. I want to see a new generation of guys come in and make a fucking wave. That's what I'm looking forward to next. I feel like there's a bunch of these wrestlers that are about to go away and are slowly dropping off. And I want to see like a new wave of guys usher in like the next Attitude Era, like the ball's rolling. You're doing all this. And I'm not saying like they're going to be cracking beers and, you know, girls are going to mud wrestle and they're going to be stunnering fucking Linda McMahon and stuff. I'm just saying, like, a new attitude, this new era of like, what's the next gen after like this handful of guys are kind of done. And we're looking at like Seth and Roman as part-timers and shit fully. Like, what's that next generation? This guy could be a part of it, So shout out David Finlay. Also from AEW, apparently, according to Dave again, WWE is reportedly highly interested in signing Powerhouse Hobbs once his AEW contract expires. And if I'm Tony Khan, dude, I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is great, right? First and foremost, I go, this is great. And then secondly, what I do is I go, okay, AEW fans want this guy. WWE fans put this guy over. Rumors are WWE wants this guy. Like, why don't we just do something with this fucking guy? Why don't we push this guy? Why don't we break him off from Joe and have him get in the world title picture? Like, okay, everyone's saying this guy's got something. Why don't we pull the trigger and do this right now? Right? Someone's asking Will Hobbs' age again. We're ageist here at PWT. We are entirely ageist. He's 34 years old, guys. Okay? So he has the world in front of him. And he will absolutely be able to have a world title run and get it in his age. He would be great in WWE. Hopefully they are interested. Again, I don't know why Dave is saying shit like this. I think Dave wants to get rid of all these big buff guys and he just wants it to be like a nude-ridden roster. And we're going to get into that in a bit. Because he's the reason he calls people con men and frauds and all this, because that's what he is. That's what he is. And he thinks he's like pulling one over on everyone. And, oh yeah, WWE really want Hobbs. It's like, oh, you don't say, man. Like Stevie Wonder could tell you that by looking at him. You know what I mean? The guy's got a presence, a look, a force. He's fucking jacked. People have wanted him to get pushed. AEW, WWE fans alike. What you don't say. Oh, boy. So, moving along here, our last little miscellaneous news story. Ted DiBiase Jr. Ted DiBiase Jr. leaves court after the first day of testimony in his federal trial. The former wrestler is accused of stealing $2.9 million from Mississippi welfare funds through fraud and money laundering. God damn.
You have anything to say today, Ted Jr.? How do you think the first day of trial went?
Ted DiBiase Jr., come on down.
You take acceptance of the process called you greedy con man and manipulating people.
Oh, how gentlemanly.
You have anything to say today, Ted Jr.?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys about that Ted stuff. Like, what did he do? So, like, he was skimming some off the top, right? That's what, I don't know. Okay. So let's check in with chat here. Kenneth Douglas has been a member for 10 months. Hell yeah, dude. I acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
Ray J's World 6852 has been a member for 7.
Acknowledge me.
And Grimnar 1701 _ has been a member for 8.
Acknowledge me.
You guys fucking rule, man. Memberships, you can gift them or get one for 99 cents. I do weekly bonus shows. This Monday, I don't know. What do you guys want? Let me know. You guys want to watch Raw or you guys want to do some other shit. Maybe I'll put a poll in the chat tomorrow or something for members only. Thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate that so much. And shout everybody out. Should ask him, how does it feel to be not famous enough to be immune from prosecution? Money, 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 money. That classic $1 Million Man bit where he would pay the little kid $100 if he could dribble a ball 10 times, then kick it out. Yeah, that shit ruled. Hobbs is over when Punk was there. Exactly. Same with Wardlow. We talked about Wardlow. Dave loves sticks fighting each other. Okay, let's cancel Phil. He's ageist. Yeah. Guys, let's get into TNA news brought to you by patreon.com/pro wrestling. So, breaking, Mustafa Ali has re-signed with TNA. Okay, and a lot of people were tripping. They're like, why is he there? Why didn't he go to AEW? Why didn't he go to the Fed? Well, and I love that TNA's now in the conversation of like, oh, where's this guy going and shit? And Tone took the first strike at Jake Doyle, by grabbing him, and Ace Austin. He wants the guys that and then he just stuck him in the Callis family with nothing meaningful for him. Could have just ran vignettes on Jake for 4 weeks. I'm going to keep saying this till wrestling starts doing this again as well. I will Jericho back into WWE. I'm going to will this back. Phil's wills. Okay? Phil's wills here. We got to get we got to bring it back to where, yeah, there's a wrestler making noise in other companies. We're going to run vignettes on him for like 4 weeks and then and I know they're doing that for NXT guys, but why don't we do that for a guy like Jake Something and just try him on the main roster? He can always go to NXT if it don't work. You know, why don't we do that remember Rey Mysterio when he debuted on SmackDown after like being gone, like after WCW went away, and then they were just running vignettes on his mask? And I remember being a kid at the time and just thinking like, there's no way, because he doesn't wear a mask anymore. What is this? Is this like a Mysterio knockoff? What's happening? What's going on? And yeah, he debuted, and then they resurrected the cruiserweight division around him and Chavito and all these guys. And fucking, you got to do that. You got to bring some of these guys in, even if it's hit or miss. You got to just bring them in vignettes, 4 weeks. They debut on SmackDown. I think if you gave someone like Jake Something that chance, they could have done, like, we could be anticipating Jake Something's debut in like 4 weeks from now on Dynamite or whatever. And you could have him be a part of the show if you can't wait, Tony. You know, but instead, Tony, it's like you have Wardlow. You have another guy. You have another big Jack, brown hair, beard, goateed, like bearded powerhouse 37-year-old. His name's Wardlow. You ain't done shit with him. He was over as fuck. You ain't did shit with him. Why are you scooping up Jake Something like that? And I'm not hating on Jake at all. I'm not hating on Jake Doyle, I guess is his name. I'll stop calling him Jake Something because I think TNA owns that or something like that. Or something. Get it, guys? But Jake Doyle, I'm not hating on him for doing his thing. I'm just hating on, like, we know Tony ain't going to do shit with him. And everybody was just saying, like, TNA fumbled. And it is their first fumble, I'll agree. And, like, they should have did more with him. Well, Tony ain't going to do shit with him either. So it's kind of disappointing as a fan. But it is what it is. You're 37. Get your money. You know? But anyways, so Mustafa Ali re-signs with TNA. Good on him. And again, he just gives a fuck about pro wrestling. He gives a fuck about his position. You can tell that he cares about somewhat control. Like he put Mike Bailey over, and then Mike Bailey walked out of the company and went to AEW and is in a fucking tag team. You know what I mean? Who's had a more like, holy shit, this guy's going off? Mustafa Ali, for real. He like rebuilt his image and character up from that retribution shit on the indies. And yeah, it's like, why would he go to WWE to make similar money and then just kind of be a mid-lower guy? Why would he go to AEW? To not be used or just to be stuck in the conglomeration or whatever the fuck, you know? Why would he go there? Just keep doing your thing. keep doing your thing. He's going to be world champion in TNA. And again, he's one of those guys that wackos would be like, Mustafa should be champion. And he was slated for that push. Wasn't Mustafa Ali slated for that push? But then Kofi won because Ali got hurt. And then Kofi Mania happened because of that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he's recreating his destiny in TNA, and I love it. Moving along. Speaking of signings and contract signings and whatnot, Killer Kelly, her TNA contract has expired, and she has effectively left the company. They aired one of her matches on Explosion or whatever it's called. I don't. Or yeah, I have it. Explosion. But I don't know, man. Killer Kelly, I think it's disappointing, but I don't know like what's going on. Who knows what's going on with all that? I just thought for sure she was coming back and they were going to push the shit out of her. It seemed like they were teasing something with Masha again, but then Masha, her controversy happened and she's gone. So I would like to see these gals show up in an MLW or a NWA, or maybe she has prospects with NXT. Like on PWT, when I interviewed Killer Kelly, she said like, hey, I'm not discounting like, she's like, I was in NXT UK and shit. Like, yeah, I'd fucking wrestle over there and stuff. So, or maybe AEW, like Tone is just throwing bags at these people and good. I fucking hope so. Pay Killer Kelly and push her, man. She could do really good shit. And yeah, Myron Reed, I think, is still in TNA and they're like married or whatever. So, or at least I think they're together at least, right? So they had the Killer Goat show that they were kind of doing online. I was putting those over for a bit. So hopefully, I don't know. Myron Reed's been crushing it in TNA as well. So hopefully AEW is just like throwing money at some of these guys who've been in the game for a long time. I'm okay with that. But again, like, I'm not sitting here like, what is he going to do with Killer Guy? Just pray he books her correctly. He can't even book Megan Bain well. He can't even book fucking, like, how long have they been trying Marina Shafir? And it's just not getting over or working. So, but it would be cool if we got MK Ultra like on the indies or something. Dude, and I don't know, like, listen, all the conspiracy shit with Masha, it's like, okay, there was like, okay, she has beef with her ex. No one was there. Like, it was just a toxic relationship. They're moved on. It's not like it was anything egregious. Oh, she's accused of murdering someone, or like she was doing Vince McMahon airplane trips or whatever. It's like, you know what I mean? What? Why are you bringing me into this, pal? But you guys know what I'm saying? Like, it's not this big, egregious, cancelable thing to where they couldn't MK Ultra and WWE for the women's tag titles and shit. Maybe I'm just overly fantasy mark booking, but I mean, come on, man. It's not like they can't go. Like, that would be awesome. Speaking of things that would and will be awesome, I guess Perez Hilton will be appearing. Well, we'll circle back to that. Yes, Perez Hilton and TNA crossing over here. But things that aren't awesome. Jeff Hardy reveals he has a neck injury diagnosis ahead of TNA Genesis, and hopefully he's not kept off of TNA for too long going into the new TV. Like Jeff Hardy, that's like one of the main guys you want to be on your fucking TV show when you come back, or pardon me, when you land on AMC, right? Like, that's one of the main dudes you want to be out there, like being able to wrestle a match on the first show. So hopefully he's all good. But speaking of all good, here on the last impact on Access TV, Santana and Kazarian did a contract signing, and they buried AEW. And of course, sickos had to come out and fansplain to these guys how what they're saying is false. But meanwhile, they eat up when Eddie Kingston is out there crying on the mic on Dynamite about a Fed he's never been in and couldn't make it in, right? So, I mean, what the fuck? So sickos just, they have lost all credibility. In 2026, they're dismissed officially. But, yeah, this is what Santana and Kazarian had to say, and apparently there was like Tony Fumble chants or something like that.
At one point in time, We were both at the same place, miserable as all hell.
Twitter just glitching out.
We were at a place that tried to drain the passion out of what we love the most. And what
AEW tried to drain the passion. You remember when SCU broke up as well? Sky was getting injured all the time. Kazarian wanted more. And Christopher Daniels, and shout him out, again, not hating on the Fallen Angel, but he was like, I'm cool to just right-hand man Tone and Gorilla and teach him how to do this shit. You know what I mean? And remember, early PWT, we're talking like double-digit episode numbers. Remember, I was pushing the theory, the SCU turmoil theory and shit. Now, I don't know if they have heat with each other, but I'm just saying it's kind of odd how that all played out.
did we do?
And that's how Kazarian felt, and he did feel that way. He gave interviews about it right away. And I like that Kazarian kind of got his flowers in TNA in the rebrand, and then now it's kind of him just giving it up to the next gen. He's just using his whatever TNA clout he has to kind of give it up to the next generation of talent. That's what he did with the international title. Like, Kazarian's a name. If you're an old school TNA fan, new TNA fan, Kazarian's like, he's that name. You go, holy shit, Kazarian was their first international champ. Okay. Yeah, anyways, let's listen to this. I'm also pausing a lot because Anthem are they like to flag shit. So. You guys know already. I don't need to explain
We
this.
bet on ourselves, and today we're sitting across from each other, about to go toe-to-toe for the grandest prize in pro wrestling on the biggest show in TNA history.
Dude, Santana. Oh, so good. Santana's so good, dude. And I'm looking forward to this match. We're going to go live this Thursday so I'm going to do a double header. We're going to do some Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment that day live, and we're going to do a PWT run-in special where we watch the first TNA on AMC. So it's going to fucking rule. Make sure you guys are there. Moving along, though, speaking of the AMC show, so Thursday Night Impact on AMC, they've sold 2,000 tickets. And again, when was this last update? So there's 5,259 seats on the map. 1 day ago update. So this was today. So yeah, we're talking, this is as recent as these updates could possibly be. They've sold 2,000 tickets. They're set up for 3,000 tickets. And the building holds 5,200. So hopefully in the next 5 days, they can sell 1,000 tickets. Now, something that happened that I'm sure helped them move quite a bit of tickets. And kudos to TNA, because the last time they were there, TNA Genesis, they moved 4,000 tickets. So they're doing half of that for an Impact. Pretty good, you know? Pretty good turnaround for TNA. Either way, though, this is like a Dynamite attendance. Like, Dynamite would be perfectly okay with this attendance. And so this is the perception of it's the number 2 company.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
I don't care what anyone says. That's what it is. And maybe they aren't number 2 as far as bank account or infrastructure, as some people will say. But the fan perception and in the pro wrestling perception, yeah, they are duking it out for number 2 with AEW right now. And this is why, if they can keep doing 2,000 every Impact, then boom, you know. And we've watched them slowly clawing back, having many ebbs and flows and slowly crawling back. Whereas with AEW, they've only been around 6 years, but all we can look at is they have just plummeted straight down, other than CM Punk shows up and then he goes away and then they plummet more, and then he comes back after Brawl Out or Brawl In or whatever, and then they go up a little bit, like half, you know, not even half of what they're doing. They go up a little bit, and then he beats up Jack Perry. Doesn't even beat him up, but, you know, he chokes out Jack Perry, and then all of a sudden, boom, just more plummeting. So that just means, okay, if Punk wasn't there, you can 1-to-1 go. If he wasn't there, they wouldn't have had those sort of like refreshers, but we'll still give them that. But they've only trended downwards, you know, since they're for the 6 years, year over year. You look at every metric, and it's just gone down. So other than the only one is Dave's pay-per-view lies, Dave Meltzer's pay-per-view lies. That's the only fucking thing that, and he's the only source for that info, and he's a fucking full-blown shill. So anyways, not to get hung up on that, but this is why you look at this attendance, 2,000 people for TNA. This is why they are now in competition with AEW officially. And if AMC gets more bang for their buck for the 30 million, then I don't know what AEW, you guys have to really factor that in. Like, you think people in the business aren't going to look over at TNA and go, well, they paid 30 million for that and they're fucking crushing. Or CW paid, what was it, 50 million over this much time for NXT, and they are crushing, knocking it out of the park for us, for them. We paid 180 million for something that's literally, it's a fish fresh out of water just flopping on a fucking deck, and the fisherman's approaching with the fucking little bat to beat the shit, to club it to fucking death. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like. So if you can't objectively see that, then you're cooked. But speaking of the AMC show, and moving tickets, something that will certainly help move tickets is, they don't want none. They don't want none. You must be scared. They don't really want none. I'm a Mack truck. Don't get run over. AJ Styles will be there. I could see, man, TNA does this on their PLEs, impromptu matches, all the fucking time. I don't want to see AJ just go out there and talk unless it's to build a legit match on one of the pay-per-views, but I just think he'll show up and talk or something, put someone over. But I would love if he came out in gear and was like, I'm wrestling someone, and then you just have him beat someone real quick. Just have one of your lower guys come out and you just beat him, and then it's AJ Styles, and they all get this moment with AJ where it's like, well, do it, TNA. Let him win a match like real quick. And they announced AJ, and then, I mean, tickets started moving a little bit. So hopefully, hopefully he does something meaningful and impactful, pun intended, so that there's a bit of a ratings boost. And I just want to see those tickets. I want them to do their pro wrestling sellout, the 3,000. They set up for 3,000. I want to see them do their at least 3,000 tickets. So in 5 days, maybe AJ will help move 1,000. Pardon me. Speaking of helping to move tickets, though. So Andrew Baydala had this to say, and I just feel it's so redacted, right? And then now he's sort of flip-flopped on what he said. And he's saying like, well, let's read this. But apparently Jericho's very interested in a TNA run. Now, I mean, who the fuck has been saying this forever, chat? Your boy Philly Phil has been saying Jericho will wrestle in TNA. He will wrestle in AAA. He will wrestle fucking his boat will have AAA, NXT, TNA talent, WWE ID, Evolve talent. I wouldn't be shocked if Jericho's like, I'll show up at Evolve. Yeah. For sure he'll do that. For sure he'll wrestle someone in AAA if he goes back to for sure. I could see him even maybe not wrestle, but he'll show up on a TNA show. But he would not do that before returning to WWE. He has to return to WWE first. And as I showed you guys, now WWE is in the UK, but the Rumble's in Saudi. So is WWE currently in the UK? And I bring this up because, yes, WWE's in the UK until the 19th. So here's the thing. Fozzy is touring the UK starting on February 5th. So I'm even questioning if he'll return in the Rumble, unless he returns in the Rumble and then they just go, whatever, that was cool that Jericho came back, and then they wait a month and then go, now he's on Raw. And he's just like super part-timer. Otherwise, I don't know. Or he could just show up on this Raw if they're all in the UK, because he's going to be in the UK anyways. But his tour doesn't start till the 5th. So it's like, does he go to the UK and then go to Saudi and then go back to the UK with Fozzy? It just makes me think that like the Rumble, he might not even show up at the Rumble. It might be like the Raw after the Rumble or something. But yes, he will be at TNA, but there's no way he's going to show up on the AMC debut before he shows up back in WWE. That would just kill the buzz the moment. Like, even WWE, everyone just accuses them of being like, you know, capitalist scum and shit. And it's like, so they would give that to TNA. They're already giving them AJ. And so what Baydala did is, I think he heard rumors, because everybody heard the rumor. Okay, no dirt sheet, hashtag no dirt sheets over here. But everybody heard this rumor that there was going to be AJ or a WWE guy. There could be a match, a veteran, someone WWE will send someone or people over for the AMC show. Like, everyone already figured that was going to happen. Everyone already thought that was going to happen. And then I think he just extrapolated Jericho from that, because he sort of backtracked. He flipped from, he has this theory that Jericho will be on the AMC show. And then he went, well, he'll be at least be interested in wrestling in TNA. And it's like, well, no shit. It's Jericho. He was interested in going to Nugent shit, and he did that too. But he saved it for like Wrestle Kingdom and shit. He showed up somewhere and attacked someone, but that was all New Japan, you know? So I just don't think he would like show up on TNA and then show up in WWE, unless maybe hey, I hope I'm wrong, and I hope Baydala is right. But it's just that Baydala's like had some misses, folks. Okay, we all know, if you're on X, you fucking know. So I just don't or he's done this before, where he's kind of pulled the Meltzer and like extrapolated too much, as if it were news or a source indicated something, or he has an inkling of information we don't, instead of just fantasy mark booking it. Like, you should be doing, hey, wouldn't it be cool if this happened? Instead, it's like, well, this is what's going to happen for sure. Or not even for sure, but just like, I don't know. So either way, he says Chris Jericho's already agreed to a WWE return. There's a lot of smoke around this, from what I was gathering from people who were calling and texting me, from people who would know that Chris Jericho is very interested in working TNA. And here's the thing, man. Jericho, we already know that. We know he was, Edge was, Brock Lesnar was. They've all told stories about how they inquired with TNA at one point, and how, yeah, they would have gone there or are interested in. And it's just something like, we all know Jericho. And I'm not trying to shit on the dude, but it was just, but he came out, and I just unbookmarked it, I believe. Yeah, it's not in here because it was so pointless. Maybe it's in the sicko segment or something, actually. But it's like, he had this whole, like, he's going to show up on the AMC show. And it's like, dude, if he didn't show up on this last Raw, where they're literally going, break the walls down and teasing him and shit, laying the Easter eggs for him, he's not going to show up on the AMC TNA, and then he's not there, and then all those fans stop watching because they're like, we wanted Jericho, you know? But speaking of things fans don't want, Perez Hilton will be appearing at the AMC debut of TNA Impact, which I don't know how the fuck this happened. Speaking of fucking scraping the bottom of the barrel, you know what I mean? Perez fucking Hilton. Like, what is this shit?
I'm coming to Texas and your TV. That's right. I'm going to be on television in just a few days doing something super cool. Hello, world. It is Perez, the queen of all.
Do you remember when this guy, like, Perez Hilton back in the day? For those of you who don't know who this guy is, he was like a Hollywood dirt sheet. Before TMZ, Perez Hilton was like the Hollywood dirt sheet guy. And he would talk shit about celebs, and he would do shit like, if it's like, oh, like Mel Gibson and this actress are dating, and then he'd put the text in like cum lettering, like he'd make it look like there was cum on their faces and stuff. And people think YouTube thumbnails are bad now. Like, he would do crazy shit. And then some celebrity like ran into him and punched him in the face. And then he went on like this media tour playing victim, like, oh, I was assaulted and all this shit. And then he sort of just laid low, and other people rose to prominence in like the hot goss sector. And now I guess he's trying to jump on the wrestling train. Everyone's trying to jump on the wrestling train right now.
All media, the original influencer, the pink-haired provocateur.
Pro wrestling has to gatekeep from influencing celebrity fucks now more than fans. Is what they need to start doing more than anything, I think.
And on Thursday, January 15th, I'm going to be in Dallas with TNA.
Right, and he was Paris Hilton's biggest fan.
Wrestling!
His like claim to fame was like he got his name because he's like he loved Paris Hilton. He would glaze her, and then he would just talk crazy shit about like celebrities.
MC at 9 Eastern, 8 Central. What am I going to be doing there? Well, you're going to have to watch and see, but I'd rather see you in person. If you live near Dallas, in Dallas, or are going to fly to meet up with me, get your tickets to Thursday Night Impact at TNAWrestling.com. That's TNAWrestling.com. And get there early because they opened the doors 2 hours before showtime, and you might just see me. Y'all,
you won't see him.
I still can't believe this is going to happen. I took my daughter to see TNA wrestling last year in Las Vegas, and we had the best time.
I mean, that's cool. If he's a legit wrestling fan and he has a fucking daughter, whoa, hold on a second. Wait a minute. But yeah, dude.
I'm so excited to.
Is he just like a flamboyant straight dude, or maybe he adopted a kid or something? I thought he was. Forgive me. I thought he was a flamboyant homosexual. You know what I mean?
Involved now.
No, I love it, man. If he's taking his kid and he's like, and he's, you know, we're creating more wrestling fans. I'm here for that. I'm not trying to shit on celebrities that are getting in, but like the Raja Jackson situation, and there needs to be checks and balances because now everyone's trying to jump on the wrestling shit. You know, there's going to be some shit. I'm so glad that Logan Paul like took it as seriously as he did, because I think that helps even some of these other influencers realize like, yeah, this is it's serious. It's respectable. You know, it's not something that should be clowned or anything like that. Everyone loves John Cena, but as far as like just the perception of wrestling, if these influencers, like who are Perez Hilton fans? You know, like I'm assuming girls doing their makeup put this guy on in the background. I don't fucking know, right? So, hey, the more the merrier. That's what I say. Speaking of the more the merrier, and then I'm going to check in with chat. Get to know the stars of the TNA roster beyond the ring. AMC posted this. Let's take a look at some of the wrestlers featured in their Beyond the Ring little segment here.
I've never had a real on-paper job besides being a professional wrestler.
One thing people might not know about me is I'm actually quite shy.
I was a judo practitioner my whole life. I was a judo athlete growing up.
It's actually surprising. I'm actually pretty good at playing the piano.
I'm a vegetarian. People don't know that about me. I don't eat any meat. Horses are my favorite animal, but I'm allergic to them.
I'm a huge anime fan. Dragon Ball Z, the OG.
I love animals like otters and
Brian fucking Nemeth. This guy. Oh my god. Proof that like being a celebrity's brother has fucking benefits. Okay.
Possums and beavers. I think funny little mammals are awesome. I love them.
So now people know.
People give possums a hard time, but they get rid of pests. They don't get rabies, and they're very friendly. Leave them alone, you know?
I've never had.
Oh man, there you go. So getting to know some of the talent there, and that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. So let's get into what do you guys want next, man? We got WWE, we got AEW news. Let's do some. Will you guys tell me in the chat while I check in with chat right now? You guys tell me what you guys want next. AEW news, Worldwide Wrestling Federation news, or yeah, we have sickos. We also have a bit of Dave tonight. We're gonna do a bit of Dave tonight, okay? At Honor Sharp for 5 says TNA may not have the money, but I bet they have production meetings. Boom, roasted. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. And thank you so much for the super chat. Guys, you can super chat in or become a member or just hit like, retweet, heart, whatever the fuck. Thank you so much. Vote in the poll as well. I put a poll in the chat. Who do you think Drew, and I'm not trying to look too far ahead, but who do you think Drew McIntyre's next opponent should be? We have all these people gunning for Cody Rhodes. However, Drew McIntyre, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, won the title. And it's like, who's next for him then? Jacob, Orton, Damian Priest, they teased. Should it be a Rhodes rematch? It doesn't even have to be someone in the poll. Just let me know. You guys want Dave? Yeah, we're not doing Dave. We're doing Dave in a bit. Pause. Okay. JCW news. Yeah. Yeah, I have not been watching. I haven't locked into it yet. HBO Max hasn't even mentioned AEW when they launched here. Low body temperature. Okay, so let's get into chat's just letting me decide. Let's get into Worldwide Wrestling Federation news. Okay, and we are going to let's think this out here. We're going to do WWE news, I think, next, if you guys are down with that, okay? And I'm just trying to think, because there's a bit of a longer EFAP that I don't know. It's like, do we do this? We might as well. And yeah, I'll pull up SmackDown results, because we're going to do a quick SmackDown results. We're going to do like a quick freestyle review as we do here. So yeah, our friends at Bleacher Report were kind enough, owned by WBD. You guys want WWE news? Okay, yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it, chat. I'm with it. Shout you guys out. Okay, all 200 of you guys in here, hit the like button and all that good shit. And it is time we head over to Bleacher Report, and it is time for WWE SmackDown review. So the Viper is back. I got to be honest, and I'm just going to be brief and quick about all this shit. I won't spend too much time on any of this because I want to get to Drew McIntyre here. But the Viper is back. So Trick Willie or Randy. First off, the Germany crowd was like, people are saying, "Oh, it's a shitty European crowd." I just hate shitting on the crowds. Like, not all of them are going to be crazy rabid. It makes it less special when people go, every night should be the craziest crowd, wildest ass crowd. The WrestleMania 18 isn't WrestleMania 18 if it wasn't just the magic of that night and how crazy they went for everything, including, like, people go, oh, Jericho and Triple H had to follow Hogan, Rock, but like they were nuts for that match. They were nuts for Austin, Scott Hall and all that shit. They were going crazy for everything. So those nights aren't magical if every night is like that. Okay. So I don't need every crowd to be the craziest crowd ever. They're going to pop for what they like. They're going to fucking boo at what they, just let them be crowd. Stop fucking blaming fans for shit. That's what I say. But Trick Willie is slated for a match against Rey Fenix on this show. Randy Orton comes out. Crowd goes crazy for him. They're singing his theme. And then Trick Willie interrupts him. And I'm like, ooh, yeah. But then he just comes out in his gear. He should be wearing that fur like everywhere he goes. He just charges. Trick is barreling right down to the ring. Stop doing that. Milk it. Dim the lights. Put a spotlight on this guy. Do something. He looks spectacular. Present him more like that. Present him more like this guy could hang with the Ortons and shit. Then he goes in there and they fucking talk too much. They have Trick doing too much, man. He doesn't be about it, man. Don't just be saying this shit. Everybody shows up on these shows and they're the reason Jacob Fatu got so over is because he just showed up and started flying through the air, moonsaulting people through tables. And Trick doesn't have to do that. But he should have, like, shuffle sidekick Sammy in his fucking grill with those lemon pepper steppers. Okay? He should have fucking sidekicked his ass in the face on that first showing. It doesn't result in, oh, they're going to feud and be a fucking... Doesn't even need to result in that. It just needs to... It could in the tournament as well. They're having like a mini tournament of sorts. right? And I think Sammy's taking on Trick in this WWE, whatever. But then this segment, they had Orton like beating him up and hitting his he's about to hit the rope DDT or whatever. And then the Miz comes out and they're all intermingling. So why can't Trick like fucking super kick or hit one of those Harlem sidekicks on Orton and then dip out really quick? And then, or like Orton ducks it and then he goes to RKO and then the Miz is there. And that's the only reason why Trick had the balls to even try shit. I just feel like they're fucking up Trick's. They're fucking him up, man. They could be presenting him as like way. He doesn't even have to beat anyone up. Just let him talk shit from like a distance. Don't have him like getting punked out and fucking DDT'd by Orton. And then he's about to set up the RKO. And then Trick has like a 50-50 match with Rey Fenix. That's just not how it should be done. I'm sorry. They could have presented him as like, yeah, this guy's going to be in the world heavyweight title discussion. You know? So I just, I don't know, man. I wasn't fucking feeling it. I'm not feeling it yet. Okay. I just got to be honest, but he just looks like $1 million. He talks like $1 million, and I would love to see him get booked a little better. I don't know, like, who's booking SmackDown every week. Husey hit me up, and he's like, it's the first SmackDown I watched in fucking, you know, the first full SmackDown I sat down and watched in fucking forever, because it's just the booking of it hasn't been the greatest. And I don't know who put this together, but you didn't even need this to happen, man. Like the Miz and Orton could have just been a whole other thing. Could have just been like a whole other segment, and you could have just had Trick come out there, talk shit, and be like, I don't even know why I'm wasting time with Rey Fenix or whatever the fuck. And then he didn't have to go 50-50 with Phoenix either. I just felt like that wasn't the right move either. And yeah, this Bleacher Report guy agrees with me, I guess. A C+. Rey Fenix and Trick, the match was solid. Didn't need to go. If it was an NXT, whatever. But like on the main roster, I want to see Trick like whooping ass. Yeah, beat Rey Fenix. You know, like, yeah, beat him quick. It's not going to fucking hurt him, dude. Rey's been mostly like teaming with random guys and shit. You know, he'll randomly have a singles, and you know, it's just he's now Rey's like he's just out there to take Trick to the limit when Trick's just debuting. I just fucking don't think that's the move, but I don't know, man. Julia and Alexa Bliss. So Julia fought Alexa Bliss for the US title. Again, WWE, sometimes they'll do this thing where like all the title matches get the big intros and then someone wins and they get the fireworks, and then sometimes they don't. Alexa Bliss literally on the TV show went, I didn't even know about this match till today either, which is fair. Like, I've broken WWE down like it's a fucking league. You go to AEW, you're allowed to go work everywhere else. WWE is like, you're in this league, you know, everybody's vying for whatever, but I thought she was in the tag division. So now why is someone who's been mostly in the tag division getting US title shots? And they're doing that because Charlotte couldn't be in Germany or whatever, requested it off. Who fucking knows why she wasn't there, but she wasn't there. And then they used it to push a story along of like, see, Charlotte's not there when you need her. And then Alexa Bliss did great shit, like bringing up her past with Nia, and then Lash Legend. I just think she's fucking fantastic. I just think she's just, when she has such a presence when she's on screen. But so Bliss played that really well and was like, Lash, I advise you to ditch her before whatever. So that was awesome. But just as far as her being like, I didn't even know about this match till today either. It's just so like, what the fuck? It just felt AEW-ish. And then I forget what their match was, but Kiana James, man, I'm just not feeling it. I bury it every week, guys. I'm just not feeling it. I don't know what to tell you. It's just not good to me. I don't know. And I love Julia. I went from glazing Julia harder than anyone. And now I'm like, we need to change what she's doing immediately. But I mean, solid match, and it was good to see her in there with Bliss, and then a big win, like good on Bliss putting over Julia, like, so that's awesome. But Kiana just doesn't need to even be out there. And especially this is especially why she doesn't need to be out there, because then you have Nia and Lash getting involved anyways. So it's like, just have Julia be this fucking heel that's whooping ass. Like, I don't know, man. And she's cutting the promo too. Julia's more interesting cutting her own promo than when Kiana starts talking for her. So whatever. Again, and this is for the sickos in the back who say I don't criticize WWE. It's the truth. But a solid match, I guess. There were some spots that were kind of like, oh, what the fuck? But Bliss, good on her putting Julia over. U.S. women's title division is just like, again, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just not much going on. We had some backstage shit where Priest and McIntyre sort of squared off, and Priest is like, yeah, I'm coming after that WWE title. We also had at one part in the show, Matt Cardona's getting interviewed. He cuts a great promo, and then he this pissed me off too. He just looks to his left, and then he realizes Rhodes is sitting there with the title sitting out literally like 2 feet away from him. And he's like, oh, give me a second. And like, it just seems so fucking unnatural. But I don't know. It is what it is. And Cardona's even saying, hey, I'm coming for that. It's exactly like I predicted. I was like, dude, Cardona's going to be one of these guys where like he could go, but it's crazy how, well, he could go after the title, but like not win it. You know, he could be like a upper mid guy, and it could work. And he could just put guys over who are like working their way up to the main, you know, guys like Trick Williams and shit. So I'm all good with Cardona being back. But it's crazy how all these guys were telling Rhodes, hey, we're coming after you, bud, or like, we're coming for that title. And then spoiler alert, we're going to get to it. What happens in the main event? You're like, oh shit. It makes it interesting for the Rumble, because that's a multi-man affair. It makes it interesting for the Elimination Chamber. What's going to happen there? Because that's a multi-man affair before WrestleMania. Right? And I think all of that is awesome, how they're really letting us know, like, here's your fucking heavyweight title division, and here's the guys who have interest, and here's why they're interested in the title and what they're going to do about it. I like that. That's all I ask for. Established divisions. Just let me know. I'm willing to give Trick Willie a chance. I'm willing to see Cardona versus Rhodes or Drew McIntyre, but just give me reasons. Tell the story. Explain it. So WWE doing a great job at that. Moving along, though, MFT versus Wyatt 6. So JC Mateo sat out for this one, and Tonga Loa was out there bumping around and hitting moves. I was like, shit, dude. Usually he's the guy who sits out. You know, he had some injury or something going on when they signed him for sure. But either way, he's wrestling a bunch now. It was awesome to see. I really want to see the GODs versus the Usos one time. Like, we still have been like on a big stage. We've still been robbed of that match. So if Tonga Loa is good to go, the Usos are back together. I have hope that we will see the Usos take on the GODs one time, man. Like, that's the one people were fantasy mark booking, like when Nuge was hot and shit. And so, yeah, Solo and them, they did their thing. 8-man tag. They beat the Wyatt 6. And I'm sitting here going, bring Braun Strowman back. And then do 5-on-5 or whatever, and have Braun, like, have Tala go over on Braun Strowman, even if it's just for a couple shows or something. Like, the Wyatts are outmatched because there's a girl on their team. And JC Mateo can get involved. Like, they got these big Samoans, they're down a guy. So bring Braun Strowman back, have him do like a send-off, one-off, a moment with the Fireflies or whatever. You know, he's a part of the Wyatt family. It doesn't even have to be a full-time Braun Strowman, whatever, but just have Uncle Howdy be like, I have monsters too, or some shit, and just unleash him one time and give us the 10-man, whatever the fuck. But I think people are ready to move past this. And I don't like how they implied, well, we're not moving past this because Solo took the goddamn lantern. He stole it. But I don't like how they implied, oh, and now these guys are coming for the tag titles. But WWE will take us there the right way. It's not like they won this fucking 8-man tag or whatever. So now they get a tag title shot off the back. Like, you're still gonna have to win a tag match or whatever, or have a few more matches or instances between these guys. Someone's got to bring up like, or Solo will come up with like, you put your tag titles on the line. If we lose, we'll leave you guys. We'll disband or something. If we win, we take your titles or something. Like, they can find a way to fucking make this a story. So I have hopes for it. But yeah, we're not going anywhere with this MFTs versus Wyatt stuff, man. We're not going anywhere with that shit. They stole the lantern. So there's only more to come. And I think stealing the lantern is the perfect provocation for, let's bring Braun Strowman out and just have him again. He just was on Hell's Kitchen with Liv and them. That WWE, or that He Eats Everything show is on the WWE YouTube. Apparently it did numbers for them on USA. You know, bring Strowman back just as like just as a guy, and they can establish this, that Howdy can just call upon this monster when he needs to, and then Strowman will be there. Lights can go out, come on, Strowman's there. Everyone goes crazy or whatever. He fucking hits a reverse choke slam or a power slam on a guy, dips out. Like, I don't need to see him full time every Raw being it, flipping over Hummers and shit or whatever he's doing. I don't need to see any of that. But yeah, well, I'm okay if like he shows up as this guy once in a while. He's like the Wyatt Six's hidden weapon or whatever. I'd be so down with that. Jordynne Grace debuts, and she's already in the mix with Jade Cargill. So you can see where they see Jordynne Grace, and I see it too. She fits right in. SmackDown needs her. I thought they were going to go to, I bet they will. I bet that Jordynne Grace will go with Julia eventually, and Jordynne Grace is just what these women's singles divisions need. Because think about it, Jade won the title and she's been beefing B-Fab and Mitchin. Okay, and then now Jordynne Grace is in the mix. Who else is there for Jade right now? You have most of the other ladies are involved in like tag team turmoil. So Jordan's right there, but we're seeing this era of like until Tiffy comes back, like the WWE Women's SmackDown title division is kind of like, it's pretty bare naked. I don't know. Maybe Chelsea Green can go up there. It's awesome that Jordan and Green are kind of intermingling again. They beefed in TNA. So yeah, Grace, I mean, US title matches with Julia, I'm there for that. I'm there for her with Jade, I guess. We're clearly going to get the match, but I just don't see Jordan beating Jade right away. That'll be like Bianca Belair will do that. But we're just kind of waiting, like Tiffy and Bianca. They need to come back to SmackDown pronto, you know, ASAP, and start cooking a little bit over on that side, because otherwise we're just getting like loosey-goosey tag team division stuff. You have Nia and Lash, but again, they're tag teamed up. So, and then you can't do Grace, and I get why they did Bliss. Like, you couldn't do Grace versus Julia right away, and you can't do fucking, and then B-Fab and Mitchin are hurt, so you know they're doing what they can. And if Grace versus Cargill happens, sweet. And then if Jordan loses that match, she can still come back and like win that title eventually. But Jade is, you know, primed to have a lengthy run with that. Moving along, we had Carmelo Hayes versus Shinsuke Nakamura. When Shinsuke was revealed, so first off, when I saw like Nathan Frazier and Axiom warming up, or like what happened was Gargano wore a turtleneck and the Axiom mask and then jumped Frazier or whatever. And then Axiom came up and is like, what happened and shit. I was so glad that Frazier wasn't the one to challenge. Like, I just don't want to see the tag guys competing for the US title. I'm sorry. Not to say they can't ever, they have to even officially break up, but it's like lately the US title open challenge thing since Sammy dropped that belt has been the tag division mostly, that looming around Hayes and Dragunov and shit. And then again, I hate how Dragunov's just, I'm a guy in a suit who's backstage friends with Sami Zayn, and I just go out there and beat the shit out of myself and others. And then, well, I like that part, but, and then he's just backstage friends with Sammy again, like they were booking him on Raw when they first called him up. He's do something more than that. However, I think Dragunov, he is he not in competing in that WWE title thing? That rules. That's like, damn, they see big things from him. So I'm glad. Hopefully he can get going after this WWE title semi-tournament thing, right? Hopefully, number one contendership tournament, whatever you want to call it. Hopefully he can get going, because just being the I'm backstage friends with everyone guy, it's just like, what are you doing? This is exactly what he was doing on Raw. It didn't work. Okay, so anyways, when Nakamura's music hit, I popped so fucking hard. And him and Mello had a banger. And this SmackDown was really good overall, even though I'm complaining about a bunch of shit. I thought it was really good overall, like the main shit. Mello, Nakamura, Jade just looks so good. Maybe like Orton just gets the legend pops. I don't like how they were treating Trick Willie, but I mean, he had a solid match with Rey Fenix. It was a fucking great match. And then the main event I thought was awesome as well. But Shinsuke and Mello had a great match, and cage match sickos, cage match warriors, their brains broke. They're like, what the fuck? Like, why did people rate this so high and shit like that, So this was awesome, and I was cheering for Nakamura to win the fucking title. He didn't. He put Mello over, which is obviously what they were going to do, but I'm going to fucking shill for Nakamura all the time. And I popped hard when it was him. And he might get in the mix with Tama Tonga, who is also eyeing up the U.S. title for a while now. And then him and Nakamura had a moment there. So we could see maybe Tama Tonga gets it off Hayes, and then maybe Nakamura and Tama have a bit of a fear. I don't know. Reignite some of their old New Japan flames or whatever. Who knows? But yeah, that match went crazy. And then we had 3 stages of hell. And the first stage was a singles match. The second stage was a false count anywhere hardcore match. The third stage was a cage match. Okay. Now, the first match, the singles match, it was contested under the guise of like, if you get DQ'd or counted out or whatever, it still counts as a fall. And what Drew McIntyre predicted going into the match was Cody Rhodes will lose the first fall by DQ, which was just like a nice touch to say that before. Like, I'm going to get him so angry. And then they played into that, and they've been playing. It's an old wrestling trope, but it works, right? A new coat of paint on an, they've refurbished it and it works. So Drew, Rhodes kind of takes the brawl to the outside, and then Drew starts going like, hit me with the chair, Cody. And he like won't do it. He's like about to do it. He won't do it. They're brawling all over the announce table and shit. And then they get in the ring, and they do some wrestling, but Rhodes is hitting like the springboard Cody cutter and shit like that. He's hitting some moves and trying to end it early. And a couple nice false finishes. Drew, though, pulls the buckle. There's an exposed buckle, so he pulls the buckle off. Ref gets distracted or whatever, however the sequence goes, but Drew like tosses Rhodes into the buckle and then claymores him, and the ref isn't looking, however the fuck it happened, right? But it was just brilliantly done. The ref was in the right spot, and it was like, oh fuck, Drew's one up. Now obviously they book these things like one of them's gonna win, and again, an old wrestling trick. There's only 2 ways to book these things. The fucking babyface wins one, and then the heel, but then the babyface is beat down so bad that you don't think he's gonna win. Then he pulls it off, or the heel wins one, and then the babyface pulls one off, and then you're like, oh shit, who's gonna win? There's only a couple ways to book this match, right? It's just the best of 3. So, and you're not gonna put that cage up there and not get to it, right? We're not gonna see a 3 stages of hell where the cage doesn't come into play. So I don't know. The finish of the singles was awesome, but Drew cheated. So we're getting action. We're like, oh shit. And then it goes to false count anywhere. And they start brawling all over the arena. It was fucking awesome. They were just throwing each other into metal shit for like 5 minutes straight. They were just walking through, finding the hardest shit they could toss each other into and throwing each other into shit. That was awesome. Rhodes sets up the table. They get back into the crowd. They go through the tunnel or whatever. and then Rhodes sets up the table, and then he fucking dives off the balcony, New Jack style, through Drew. Drew kicks out. I think they go, and then they brawl all the way back to the ring, and the crowd's going wild. The brawl was awesome too. And then they get on the announce table, and then Crossroads through the announce table, 1, 2, 3 on Drew on the outside. And then Rhodes, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, dude, if I'm him, I'm throwing chairs and shit into the ring before the cage lowers. Okay? Because, like, Rhodes, you want to beat this guy. You know, he took everything from you. Get a fucking chair in there before they shut the cage. But Rhodes picks up Drew, throws him in the ring. They go in the cage. Mind you, at this point, too, Rhodes is bleeding from his back. Like, his back is cut on a couple parts. And I'm not sitting here being like a blood mark, you know, but it was for people who were like, well, this kind of match should have color. It did, but like hard way. You know, you could see Drew, like, he was beat the fuck up, and Rhodes had his back was cut up from the table spot. And then also, like, the back of his head got sliced on something. You know, you could see like a red blotch on like the side of his head or whatever. I think it happened during the cage match, but they were going hard in that cage, and they just had an excellent cage match, dude. Like the suplex off the top of the cage that I know Dave Meltzer will cry. You know, remember when Punk and Seth Rollins did that spot, and then Dave was like, you know, it's not actually off the top of the cage, but they want to say it's off the top of the cage.
Shut up, bitch.
And so Rhodes and McIntyre did that same spot where it was like the suplex off the cage. Fucking amazing. They were up on the top of the cage brawling a couple times. What other spots were there? Drew tried to get out the door a couple times. They were going for pinfalls at the right time. We saw a couple false finishes that genuinely had me. They were using the cage, and it was just a solid cage match. I think every stage of this was solid. Both these guys are money. And again, man, the finish I thought was done really, really well. And again, man, you see these fucking and again, I keep saying again, but you see these sickos online, dude, or these wackos. I don't know which side they're on, but people are crying about Drew needs to win the title. He's going to be made to look stupid. And then they win the title, and then he wins the title, and people go, it wasn't good enough for me. They made him look stupid still, or whatever. There's just no pleasing fickle marks, man. So I enjoyed the fuck out of this. And so what happens at the end is the cage doors open for the last time. I think Rhodes hits like a buckle again, right? Doesn't he hit a buckle or whatever? They come off the top, and Drew just like rolls towards the door. He's crawling towards it. He's about to get out. They're both fucked up. And Jacob Fatu's standing there in a ski mask. Like, when the ref opens the door, he takes the ski mask off. Drew's like, oh shit, and he cowers in fear. So clearly we know that Drew was the one who knocked Fatu's teeth out or whatever, which is what we all assumed happened anyways. And then so he goes to run and climb over the cage and get out of the cage. And then that's when, but like Fatu gets in the ring, and he grabs Drew and he starts fucking him up. And then that's when Rhodes grabs Fatu and is like, what the fuck are you doing in here? And this is what I love. This is the nice touch. It wasn't like they just start pushing and arguing with each other. Fatu's like, no, I'm coming for everybody. Right? And then Fatu just starts beating the shit out of Cody Rhodes. And I just love that. And they're trading blows. And then that's when Drew just creeps out and captures the WWE title, ladies and gentlemen. Finally wins it. Now, I had told you guys, and we're going to get more Drew and Rhodes. I believe this isn't the end to this, but this is a way to get Rhodes kind of away from the belt for a bit. And I think they'll come back to this. I told you guys we're going to get a long Drew McIntyre Rhodes feud. You guys can go back on PWT, and your boy Phil told you we're going to get a long McIntyre Rhodes feud. which we did, and I told you I could see them switching the title back and forth a couple times, and I was shocked at WrestlePalooza they didn't pull the trigger. Now I have a theory. This is completely just a theory that I've come up with, which will make a lot of sense to you guys, I think. So at WrestlePalooza, you know, Drew, they announced after WrestlePalooza that Drew was, and people thought he was going to win the title then, and he's going to be in Highlander, but Henry Cavill hurt himself and it pushed the production down, and we chronicled this all here at PWT. It pushed it back to 26, right? And so at WrestlePalooza, like, I was dumbfounded Drew didn't win the title, because I thought he's going to win the title and then they're going to announce the Highlander thing, and then he, as WWE champion, he's going to like do this movie and shit. And I don't know if it lines up. I really don't, but it's now 2026. This Monday is when Hollywood is when the offices are back open, right? And everyone's wheeling and dealing again. And it's when Hollywood's holidays, I guess you could call them, end. And fucking they will be going hard, and I don't know if Cavill's healed up yet or what. Which there's a pun in there. If you guys got it, you got it. But I don't know if Highlander's going to set motion, but he just won it, and he's about to be in the Highlander movie. He's about to have an insane 2026. Drew McIntyre is all I'm saying. And so, yeah, there you go. He's going to be in a big-ass blockbuster fucking movie as WWE champion. And nowadays, guys, this makes more sense. People go, oh, come on now, Phil, you're the champ. You can't go. Yeah, Hollywood moves around for WWE now. Whereas back in the day, WWE had to, you know, The Rock had to fully leave pro wrestling in order to do Hollywood. Now you can do both, okay? The doors, the floodgates are wide open. And Drew's going to have a stellar 26, and he might shine through it in a movie. You know, there might be some big shit. He might not be champ by the time the movie comes out, but you guys know what I'm saying? Like, this is the type of shit. He's going to be a big star and stuff. So he's the world champ. He deserves it now. It had to be now. There's no way he could have not won. And they're about to go to the UK. So it just, timing is everything. Things happen for a reason. I'm not saying he was supposed to win at WrestlePalooza, but I was convinced that he was going to win. Then the Highlander announcement was going to come out, because they pushed that announcement of him being in that movie back. This is a fact. They pushed it back because they're like, can we just wait till after Palooza and shit? And Hollywood's like, yes, we will do that. So they want to be, everyone's jumping on the pro wrestler train, man, in pro wrestling, WWE in particular. It's hot. And this is evidence of it, but also just congrats to Drew. This is his year. Amazing work by him and Rhodes. And this isn't the last we've seen of those two fight. So if you're tired of it, oh well. And who knows, man? Drew could carry this thing straight through till Mania. Why not? You know, it's not like he's going to lose it at the Rumble. But there you go. So that was SmackDown. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for my quick review, and then let's get into WWE news over here. And speaking of Drew McIntyre, this is what he told the fans after the show. And let's take a listen here.
As a lot of you have been coming to the WWE Hydro shows for a few years now, yeah? You've probably heard me repeatedly make you a promise that I'm going to win the WWE Championship and I'm going to bring it back to Scotland. Well, the first time I won the WWE Championship, unfortunately the world had to go shutting down on us, didn't it? I won it twice, and I'm proud what we did during that period. We gave people an escape during scary times, but I swore I would get the title back, and it has been years and years of disappointment. I've been screwed over.
Imagine Jacob Fatu versus Drew at Mania. Oh, and then you can do Orton versus Rhodes, no title, doesn't even need a title. And I think this Mania is going to shape up to be a stellar one, man.
Still believing in myself because I've got this weird condition that makes me mental. I'm Scottish. Last night.
Yeah, guys, I think this was at a house show because they're doing like a UK tour right now. So I think this was a house show in Glasgow. And also, oh, yeah. This is what we're doing for Memba Monday. Oh, no, I think I'm busy at the time because Raw's on earlier. So I think I'm actually busy when it's on. I was like, yeah, we're going to watch Raw because it's on early. But, oh, yeah, I have something going on. When they announced the time, I was like, fuck, I won't be able to do Memba Monday watching Raw during the day. But whatever.
You couldn't have written it any better. I won the WWE Championship. In the very first place, I was able to walk out in front of live fans as the #1 wrestler on planet Earth was Glasgow, where I could fulfill my promise.
And it's crazy. He promised he would bring it back, the title, and he fucking did. So Nick Aldis announced 4 qualifying matches for next week. Miz versus Orton, Cardona versus Trick Willie, Priest versus Solo, and Zayn versus Dragunov. Then the winners will compete in a fatal 4-way at SNME. Then the winner gets a shot at the Royal Rumble. I love this. And then the other guys will be positioned as, hey, these are guys you need to look out for in the Rumble, you know? And these are guys you need to look out for, possibly a few of them in the Elimination Chamber, however they decide to book that or whatever. But yeah, Mania season's heating up. I love shit like this. I love that also it takes Drew and then it gives him an opponent who, my prediction is I think Jacob Fatu is going to win the Rumble and then go on to win the title at Mania. I think they're stacking chips on him. My favorite to win the Rumble right now is Jacob Fatu personally. He's not in this. So he's not going to get to Drew until he's going to have to end up, my prediction, I'm fantasy mark booking here, he's going to have to get through the Rumble to get to Drew. And in the interim, Drew is going to beat a Cardona, a Randy Orton, maybe a Sami Zayn, you know. I could see him facing Orton in all of this, and then Randy and Rhodes, them beefing further. I just see Rhodes turning heel on Randy Orton, baby, at this Mania or by Mania. That's been my prediction. I'm fantasy mark booking Mania already, but I think Fatu's going to have to go through the ringer to get to Drew, which will culminate at Mania. So I think he's going to win the Rumble. That's my early prediction. Yeah, I could play this, I guess.
Stake their claim
you can listen to it.
#1 contender. So I'm not wasting any time. I've decided
I'm not wasting any time.
that next week, in a venue very close to my heart, Wembley Arena in London, we will present 4 qualifying matches. The winners of those matches will face off in a fatal 4-way match at Saturday night's main event. The winner of that match faces the WWE champion at the Royal Rumble. Tonight, 2 men walk through hell to be
So yeah, that's what's going on. And Drew made it through hell. He's there sleeping with and hugging his WWE Undisputed title. And it's just about goddamn time. I'm so happy, man. I was so fucking happy this happened. Let's see if we have anything else from SmackDown here. This live show we talked about in Glasgow that just went down. They had 11,000 people there as well for Drew's like homecoming with the title, which is amazing. And yeah, that was SmackDown and Drew McIntyre and everything, guys. I think, right? I don't think there's anything else. We'll just start getting into the thises and that's as far as the WWE news. Guys, NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes, and you can save up to 70% on 2-year plans. That's a special deal for you guys coming into the new year. Protect yourselves. Today, Instagram, it came out that 17.5 million roughly accounts had their shit compromised. So get a VPN, go and reset your goddamn passwords, and save up to 70% on 2-year plans here with PWT. Shout out Nord. So moving along here, what do we have? We have a bunch of Fed shit, actually. So we talked about, let's talk about like the Royal Rumble a little bit, which we were just talking about. So here is the construction for the stadium that they're building. And yeah, the Middle East will do this. They did it for UFC back in the day. They will just build a fucking stadium, or they had Fight Island where they constructed an entire hotel, hospital, fucking resort that super yachts could pull up to, literally. And you know what I mean? They built a Fight Island for the UFC. They will just construct an entire stadium for Rumble. And for the Rumble, and again, nobody's constructing stadiums or arenas for TNA or AEW, so it just goes to show you who's in competition with who right now. But yeah, here is the construction that's been going on. And then they might just tear it all down after. They will do that. So that is looking to be incredible. And speaking of which, I think we have attendance, or is it not? No, that was for the road to Royal Rumble. So speaking of attendances and ratings and whatnot, WWE or NXT here, pardon me, WWE NXT garnered its best. What am I looking at here? 18 to 49 rating in months for last Tuesday's episode. They averaged 627K viewers, up 4%. The key demo was up 43%. Wowza. And the viewership hasn't been that high since last year. Year over year, it's down 21%, though. But again, it's the Big Plus panel, whatever the fuck. And wrestling's down in general. So, and again, that's not a built-in excuse. But it is, you have to factor that in when we're looking at year over year with NXT, that people thought would be trending in a different direction, which according to CW, they are. And they were sort of outraged with the Nielsen, whatever the fuck, as we covered on the show previously. Moving along here. So there's a big update on Main Event's broadcast. Oh, right. Because so there's a big update on Main Event's broadcast details now that the show has left Peacock. And so Kat Bourne posted the answer to that, one of the smaller questions in the post-Peacock world. Main Event is headed to YouTube worldwide and back to Thursdays. Damn. So everyone worldwide is going to start getting Main Event on Thursdays. The WWE TNA wars have begun. They've begun, guys. It's war games. They're coming after TNA. They're coming after TNA, guys. If that's true. I don't even know who Kat Bourne is, but I just thought that was interesting, and no one was really talking about it, so... a new class action lawsuit. I will circle back to that one. A class action lawsuit. That's juicy. Where is my... No, we'll talk about it now. A new class action lawsuit filed Thursday accuses WWE and ESPN of deceptive marketing practices with the move of PLEs to ESPN's direct-to-consumer streaming service. The complaint takes issue with how some fans who already get ESPN channels through cable or other providers were still required to pay an additional monthly fee to watch WWE events. The plaintiffs allege, welcome to the People's Court. The plaintiff alleges this contradicts its marketing communications from both WWE and ESPN, which they claim suggested all existing ESPN subscribers would have access to PLEs. He's throwing a flag on the play. So, yeah, that's according to Post Wrestling. It contradicts marketing communications. So I don't know how that's going to play out. Maybe it would be like a big deal. It's crazy how many of these really big deals WWE's been like, oh, they can't get sued for, or they'll just pay people off for the whole independent contractor thing because they'd lose and it would shift the landscape. And, you know, WWE starts their own streaming network and they go, it shifts the landscape of fucking television. They're the first, Vince is the first guy doing monthly pay-per-views, and it changed the landscape of pay-per-view and all this shit. And then they do this big Netflix deal and they're live every week and no one's done. It's just crazy how pro wrestling's on the forefront of all of these crazy ass things. And right now they're on the forefront of like, well, this is marketing communication, class action lawsuit. I'm sure like nothing will come of it, at least not for the next how many years. But at the same time, it's crazy how this happens. And it's going to start happening as we enter this world of like streaming is king now. Everyone can officially admit that. So, you know, it's just everything. We're going to see lawsuits, things get combined, things disintegrate, things that we're used to will go away, new things will be implemented that we'll get used to as far as like how we consume TV. But I think it's going to go back to like, you just pick like 10 things you want. There'll be service providers that go, okay, you get to pick 5 things you want and then pay like a monthly thing. And it'll essentially be like cable, but you go, I want Netflix, ESPN Plus, Max, and CNN Plus or whatever. I'm just naming 4, whatever. And then they go, okay, the Netflix costs an extra $10 a month, you know, and then they sell you like a $60 cable package. That'll be the next thing I think that happens, and it'll sort of go full circle in that way. It's already kind of happening. There's already these streamers that are kind of doing shit like that. But speaking of TV shows and whatnot, and sports and live streaming and all of this stuff, Nikki Bella is at the Fiesta Bowl for the WWE and ESPN college football, whatever the fuck. There you go, dude. She's looking like $1 million. But all I'm saying is like, if like, how old's Damian Priest? If one of these like 40-some-year-old wrestlers that was a dude, and I'm not trying to do this virtue signal shit, I'm just pointing it out. If like one of these 40-some-year-old wrestlers started dating some 22-year-old college athlete or something and it went viral, some girl volleyball player or some shit, people would be wanting their head on a fucking stake. And I'm not shaming her at all. It's just like so crazy how people are like, yeah, you get it. Who's she dating? I forget the guy's name. You get it, Dejan or Dejeen, whatever. But if it was like LA Knight doing that, people would be like, what the fuck? That's gross and shit. Oh man. So speaking of movies and TV and Netflix and gross, Freddie Gibbs, dude. Freddie Gibbs, are you guys a fan? Freddie Gibbs is an actor / rapper, and he worked himself into a shoot on the movie Cinepocalypse. Or no, Cinepocalypse was the referee. Night Patrol's the name of the movie. I butchered it, pardon me. And there's a clip of this that TMZ posted, and Freddie Gibbs tells the story that he didn't hold back on his stunts and he legit sliced Punk or nearly stabbed him.
My favorite moment on set, well, it was a scary moment, for real. I'm gonna tell the truth. I ain't even told nobody this yet. I thought that CM Punk was mad at me for real. So like for an hour, I was walking around that motherfucker like, hey, it might be a real fight with a wrestler. That ain't. Yeah, I'm not gonna win this.
He's gonna get that anaconda vice.
But we did the scene where I had to like shoot him when he was trying to get into her apartment. I had the gun and I swung that up, like, you remember? And it cut his hand for real.
Oh, it cut him. I thought they were doing like a knife stunt or something.
It was like cut, and he walked away like you. I was like, I said, damn, this motherfucker got injured for real, and it's my fault. He gonna me up, so, you know. Yeah, and he's strong as for real, because when he was throwing us around all that grass, and I was like, this WWE.
That's awesome, dude.
Ain't fake. But that was probably my most memorable part of shooting, you know what I mean? But the day I was scared as but it was cool though, man. It was a great time other than that.
Dude, that's awesome. Freddie Gibbs is like a super gangster rapper, and he was like, yo, Punk was gonna whoop my ass. I was scared. He feared for his life. Tony's like, me too. I was on set with him.
Tony Khan.
And I feared for my life. A table got wiggled in front of me, and I was like, oh. I was like, oh.
Wrestling's not fake.
Oh man. So speaking of people getting hurt, unfortunately, Elton Prince revealed that he underwent a 2-level neck fusion surgery yesterday. Or it's a fusion, not a surgery, whatever the fuck. Not exactly where I hope to be at 28, but we are owed nothing in this life, and I'm just grateful to be on the road to recovery. See that shit? What did Elton Prince, what did Pretty Deadlies do? That was so crazy. And even this guy. And William Regal's out there like, we need to be safer. And we're going to roast Dave for being completely redacted and lying about his position on that shit. But he says, I want to thank everybody who has messaged or commented to ask how and where I am. It's been nice to not feel forgotten, and I will try my hardest to overcome all the obstacles and get back in the ring for you. Yeah, man, it's unfortunate. I loved Pretty Deadly. I hope Kit Wilson, he could be like a lower jobber guy the way he is with this, like, everyone's toxic. That's all good. Just like a guy who gets beat, glorified jobber type guy. He's got his new theme song is good, and he's still doing like the flamboyant outfits. You know, he took the Pretty Deadly thing and sort of like modernized it a little bit, and I really loved Pretty Deadly, and it just sucks, and I just hope that dude recovers. Elton Prince there, or Kit Wilson's the one wrestling, yeah. And yeah, that's all I can say. I don't know what to tell you guys, but in other injury news, Kendall Gray had to get her teeth fixed after JC Jane's brutal knee at New Year's Evil. And yeah, she got some teeth knocked out or chipped or whatever. So hopefully she makes a quick recovery and we see her again soon. And you know, Dave can't wait. She's got to denounce Dave, though. That's got to be the next thing that she does. Let me check in with chat here really quick. I see someone sent in a super chat or became a member or something. Let me just see here. Chris McCarty for 2 says, Sanity members Dane and Wolf are ICW tag champs. That's awesome. Killian Dane and what was his name? It's not Alexander Wolf, is it? What was his name again? God damn, wasn't that guy in Imperium as well? And then they like moved him into Sanity. Damn, that was a long time ago. I remember thinking Sanity was going to be bigger than they were. Alexander Wolf. Yeah, see? Memory served me correctly. Okay. So let's get back into some news here, guys. We talk about contracts and we talk about people signing with WWE and possibly showing up. And a couple superstars have made headlines, one of which being Logan Paul, who revealed that he's officially signed a new long-term full-time contract with WWE. So Logan Paul will be wrestling full-time. He signed there long-term. He'll be there week to week like he said he was going to. And I love it. He's a net positive for pro wrestling. Chat me up, weigh in on. There's a lot to unpack here, but he's a net positive for the WWE, a healthy WWE, Eric. But Logan Paul is definitely born to be a pro wrestler. You know, some people just have it in him and he gets it. And he does deep cuts too. Like, people don't talk about, if he was in AEW doing all the deep cuts in his matches like he does, everyone would be glazing that, or not everyone, the sickos would be glazing that. They'd be going nuts. But because he's in WWE, they shit on him and then put over Big Boom AJ. You know, it's stupid. And we can see there's levels to this, like that BDE guy who's in TNA. And good for them. I'm not shitting on him, but like, he ain't really there. You know, him and that Dank Ops guy, they're just not really there. They clearly don't get it the way Logan Paul does. And yeah, it just shows there's levels to this shit, and Logan was born to do this shit. And speaking of someone who's just levels and born to do this shit, Javon Evans is officially on the main roster, but this story came out, according to WrestleVotes on Fightful. Many people in WWE were puzzled by Javon Evans signing his Raw contract during the commercial break, but insisted it wasn't any indication of their view on Evans. And it's like, what? First off, a bunch of people saw it. No one was puzzled. No one in WWE was puzzled that they put it during the commercial, because internationally and on the internets, they just upload it, but internationally, a bunch of motherfuckers saw it during the commercial, okay? So I don't think people are puzzled. It's the day and age of streaming. They're trying to promote, oh, you miss shit if you don't be on streaming, okay? So it just is what it is, man. And Javon is all good, and no one was puzzled backstage. It's just such a fucking thing. You could say, anyone could just make that up. Same with like this right here. This is according to The Observer now. And it's like Dave's getting cooked again, and we're not even at Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment, a special comeback edition of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment on PWT tonight. But this is what Dave says. WWE reportedly sees Javon Evans as someone who can be a star, but not a franchise star.
For, the young superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So,
like, what, man? How the fuck do you know that? B, it doesn't matter. Literally, if Triple H got on TV and said, we don't see you as a star, it just doesn't matter. Look at Danielson as the example of that. You look at Kofi, you get over. They're going to push what gets over. Javon's getting himself over. And then for him to say they see him as a star, but not a franchise star. It's like, how the fuck would they know, or you know that? Who would come to you and be like, oh, they don't see him as a friend, unless Dave's getting trolled. And again, that's what it is. People say fucking Terry Taylor stooges to Dave. That's the only person, the only source we can ever point to is possibly the Red Rooster, okay? The only reason he would still have a job there, if that's still the case, is because he tells them two lies and a truth. You know what I mean? He tells them like some obscure bullshit to make him look fucking stupid. There's no other way Dave says this much or Dave just does the makeup game, as I've said. He hears something and then he just extrapolates more, because there's more than meets the eye, Brian. So, Javon. And by the way, if you guys want to hear an epic NXT argument where JJ is fucking arguing and him and I are arguing, just fucking back and forth, just rock'em sock'em robots over NXT and who's going to get over, and Obafemi and Javon and all these guys, you got to check out his show that I'm on, the most recent one. Whenever he drops it, I don't know if he recorded it, then edited. I don't know what he's doing, but if it's out there, go and check that out. My buddy JJ's show, Full Circle. I think it's called White Heat. Look it up. Full Circle Radio Network. And I don't want to I botch it sometimes. It's called Squared Circle. I feel bad. Me and him fucking had a knock him out, drag out argument, and it was awesome. It was epic. I had so much fun. And I look forward to the next one over on his show in like the last hour there. And I don't know when that's dropping, but yeah, we did that yesterday. And Javon was a topic, and so was Obafemi and shit. And so, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think Javon is going to be like main eventing Manias one day and shit. So I think Dave, some people theorize that Dave said that because he wants Tony Khan to get Javon back in AEW or whatever eventually, because he had Javon at one point, and Javon is a guy where he flies around and shit, but he actually gets over by doing it because it's like unique to see a guy his size do the shit that he does. And he's so young. He hasn't even grown into like his full man growth yet, you know? Wait till he's 30. And he like knows how to work out and where food science will be then. And when he knows how to work out, but I'm saying like when he knows how to work out to maintain the main roster lifestyle appear, I bet the kid will end up being in movies one day and shit, you know? The sky's the limit. He's so young. It's like, I don't know why Dave would even say some stupid shit like that. Anyways, let's move along because we're getting in on Dave here before we even, you know, get to the segment. But Jim Ross says, I think it's WWE or nothing for Chris Jericho, King. By God, King. And yeah, I agree. It's obvious that Jericho will be in WWE. There's no question. It's happening. And I agree with Jim Ross. It's like, if he just comes back to AEW, it'll be a wet fart. But if he does it in 2 years, if AEW's around. And again, Jericho's jumping off at the perfect time. He's so calculated with all of this shit. You have to believe. And I will put Jericho in that politicking, knows when and where to call his shots and how to get these deals done and shit. You have to give him credit. He's had multiple moments, even with WCW, man. Think about how he jumped ship to WWE the first time. He's always just been Vince invited him over to his house and shit like this, right? And then they debut him with The Rock, and then they don't really see anything in him, and because, you know, his matches weren't stellar and the crowd didn't react too much, but then he gets it together and they trust him enough to be the first undisputed champion, you know, while Triple H is gone and you have Stone Cold and The Rock, but you don't know where their heads are at and shit. And fucking man, Jericho, and then with AEW, he helped launch it. There'd be no AEW without Jericho. There'd be no like, oh, we can do this TV show Dynamite Weekly without Jericho. There'd be none of that. And man, he just knows how to pick his spots. Hey, like with this whole WBD sale, he's just jumping off the sinking ship, and then he's going to go into a white hot WWE where he will help bounce numbers. Like he's not going to like draw for them. Oh my God, Jericho just draws for them again, but he will to a degree, man. Like it will boost some attendances. There will be more interest. There will be more ESPN, Sports Illustrated. No, there will be like all of these articles about it and shit. Everyone will be talking about it. It'll be a bunch of fans who are lapsed fans who are like, where's Jericho been for the last 10 years? Oh my God, my hero's back in fucking WWE. There'll be a bunch of that. A new number one song or whatever for Fozzy, right? We already know. Like it'll be all of that comes with it. And Jericho and then like WWE's already hot, but then some people are saying, oh, they're kind of in a lull, but then here's like another legend type comeback to WWE. A bunch of casuals don't know what the fuck AEW is. Right. And I argue that there's more casuals watching WWE now instead of hardcore wrestling fans like it was for a long time. And yeah, I just think he just picked his timing so fucking well on this, but I just don't know. You just never know like when Jericho's going to appear though.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
So speaking of going wild, AAA Lucha Libre Worldwide, here's their new logo, and it's just got the WWE thing over top. That's cute. And speaking of being youthful, Here is Jordan Grace and Julia Gulia wrestling each other in the snow. That's cute as well. Here is, speaking of cute, here is Javon Evans' dad. We talked about Javon, and here's his dad. Just showing, he put together a little TikTok when you used to be able to beat up your son, but now he's a WWE superstar. And this is just,
When you
parents, support your kids. Sometimes their dreams might seem crazy, and sometimes they are, and you have to be there to tell them the blunt truth. But if they put the work in, like Javon Evans clearly has, and he really wants it, and you see there's something there, you're like, man, he's actually kind of good at this, you know? You fucking help facilitate that shit, dude. So speaking of facilitating, Jesse Ventura says he might facilitate the government of Minnesota again. This just made headlines. He calls Donald Trump a draft-dodging coward and says the United States is a third world country now. I'm moving from the Baja back to Minnesota. All of these ICE agents and Somalian daycares are starting to ruin the reputation. I was the highest voted independent governor in the history of the United States. I was a underwater frog SHIELD team demolition. So that made all the headlines. And speaking of headlines, Liv Morgan made headlines for her talking about her arrest and all of this shit. On What's Your Story with Stephanie McMahon. Now, this episode popped off for her, man. Liv is people want to hear from her. And on What's Your Story, I'm going to play this, but I'm going to kind of scroll down because WWE with these Fanatics pods, they go hard on them, you know? But Liv is talking about her, she had synthetic cannabinoids or cannabinoids or whatever the fuck. I don't know, dude. I just smoke weed. I'm not into all this, all these concentrates and shit. People be fucking, I don't know, man. Allegedly, right? But she's there with Stephanie McMahon, and she tells, like, she actually pulls the curtain back a bit on her arrest, which is like the one thing everybody's wondered about that she hasn't really touched on too much. It's not that she's really hit it and she's owned it and laughed about it, but she hasn't really, Liv hasn't really like opened up about what happened, you know, that day or that fateful evening in that traffic stop.
Just like, why did they arrest
And I'm going to pause a bunch because Fanatics goes hard, guys. Okay, I'm sorry.
spent her childhood trying to be like
what
you?
happened was
Shout out Fanatics. What's your story? Now, there's the debate. Like, okay, is driving stoned like a big deal? And like, yeah, dude, if you're sitting there like ripping bongs and shit and driving, like, I don't think you're probably, you know what I mean? There's levels. Just like if you take 10 shots, it's different than taking a shot. So, but like, is it as bad as drunk drive? I mean, probably not. I mean, I've never like smoked so much I see double and shit, but you'll smoke so much you don't pay attention to shit and you just zone out and shit. So like, yeah, I don't know. Like, you just shouldn't do it, right? You're not allowed to take like too much pills you can buy over the counter and drive and shit, you know? So maybe not that, but there's definitely like cough medicines and shit that you could buy over the counter that if you take too much of when you got just like a simple head cold and you can't be driving around, you know? So I don't know. I just don't fuck with it. If you're RVD, there was an interview where RVD's like, I don't know, dude, doesn't everyone drive drunk? And it was like, what, Rob? What are you saying? I swear to God, someone's got to find that clip. I keep bringing it up. I'm not trying to bury RVD, but he always has so many controversial takes. And unless you're RVD, who's like, what? I thought everyone drives drunk. He was literally like, how do people get home? It's like, I don't know, bro. You walk or call a fucking cab? What are you talking about? You have a designated driver?
Not doing anything wrong.
Isn't that shit getting like banned places and stuff? I think that's what I mean. People are smoking synthetic marijuana, and like in Canada, dude, you go to the fucking weed stores and some of the percentage on, I'm not going to do like a stoner cast here, but you're like, holy fuck. You know what I mean? People are getting way too baked. No, but there's like studies where the younger generations, like they're all not drinking as much, and the liquor industry is taking like a huge hit. And I don't know, I would say probably smoking's better than like being an Elkie, You know, I'd rather fucking deal with a stoner than an alkie personally. But that's I don't know, whatever. I'm
Battery
not.
girl. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna get it. We're taking down Big Bouge. I'm leaving I'm coming back to Minnesota to take down Big Alcohol.
I'm not gonna use this.
You know me, bro? I thought this was America. I'm a WWE superstar. You don't know who I am? She didn't pull a Reese with
Be released, and so I'm just like, yes or no.
yeah, at least she was smart enough to know, like, don't cause a scene. Don't pull a John Jones and start headbutting the cop car while you're crying. And yeah, good on her. It's kind of, at least she tells the story funny, but it's funny how she's just like, well, it was my friend's vape, and I don't I don't smoke weed in my car, although there's weed in my car. You what? Oh man. Oh shit. So speaking of cars, here's a little trailer. WWE Charlotte Flair will appear in season 2 of What Drives You with John Cena on the Roku channel.
This is dangerous.
Here's the trailer.
Fuck.
Shout out Roku. Shout out John Cena. Shout out What Drives You.
Tell me what you got. I'm John Cena. Join me as I spend time with the
Mookie Betts, Kane Brown,
successful celebrities on the planet.
Who? I don't know who that is. Charlotte
To
Flair.
find out what fuels their
At least he like gives it up for a pro wrestler every season. At least he goes and meets up with, like, yeah, I'll meet up with the Miz or whoever. Like, he puts WWE on. Saweetie, come on, man. Does she even have a fucking record in 26? Like, who? Saweetie.
their drive to succeed,
Family is everything to me.
as well as taking a look at their cool rides. Wow,
This car actually saved my life.
you are so driven.
That fire is still there.
Who watches this show, chat? Let me know if you watch this show in chat. January 16. Yeah, I might check it out. I didn't watch the first season. I kind of wanted to, but I was just like, whatever. So, ladies and germs, we have, where are we at in the show here? Okay. We have Jim Cornette responding to Seth Rollins' comments about him. Shout out the Jim Cornette experience. This is from episode, what is it, 650. Jim Cornette 316 says, I just whipped your ass. And he's going to respond to Seth Rollins, who kind of called him a hanger-on or whatever. But first, here we have a super chat. Sorry, Chris McCarty, I'm just seeing this here. For 5, what excuse will AEW fans have about Joe not being on TNA's debut show while WWE is letting AJ MCMG appear? Are Motor City Machine Guns appearing on that show too? Oh my God. Impromptu 6-man, Motor City and AJ, and have them fight 3 fucking jobbers and just beat them real quick. Hit all their fucking moves and just beat them. Oh my God. TNA are the kings of the impromptu 6-mans and shit. But the excuse for AEW fans, it's not an excuse. It's because the TNA's partnered with WWE, bud. So thank you for letting me know about MCMG if that's true. But like, in fairness to AEW, there's not like an excuse there. It's just like, well, TNA's partnered with WWE, so you know what I'm saying? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this Jim Cornette thing here. AEW doesn't have a partnership. MMG, where have they been? I know, dude. Phil Mark's marking out for NordVPN cash. Yeah, I only get cash if you fucking sign up for the 2-year plan. 70% off. NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes. They do not pay me for ad reads, though. I wish. Gay, it's a ripoff of the Seinfeld car show, which was gay too. Oh my God, Mike Sauce is just like, I don't know, dude. What was the Seinfeld show? What was that? Wasn't that like comedians in cars getting coffee? That's what it was. So again, I watched a couple of them, but I didn't watch all of those either. You know, it's just not. I don't know if it's gay. I don't know if they start just like blowing each other or whatever, but I don't know. Mookie Baylock, I don't know. NWA is on Roku. Car Fanatics, I think my dad would get a kick out of it. Hell yeah. Professional Bowler, I do not like Willow, but if her heel turn is going to happen, be satisfied. Okay, let's get into this Jim Cornette thing, okay? let's get into fucking chat. Let's get into Jim
Thank
Cornette's
you, fuck you,
response
bye, boom.
to Seth Rollins here, and I might skim through some of it. We've wanted to hear this for a minute. We covered this. I did a whole segment just talking about him burying Vince Russo and Jim and their responses, and Jim didn't respond at the time, so let's check it out.
But apparently, our friend Seth Rollins, Brian, not happy with me or our friend Shitstain, a.k.a. Vince Russo. This was while we were on break. Seth did an interview with somebody somewhere for some reason and was asked to compare the two of us, me and old Vinny Root.
Bro, let me tell you, I do not like the name Vinny Root. Cornette's a mark.
And although I came out the best of it, because old Vinny Root was without any redeeming quality whatsoever, I got a caveat or two and a couple of nice things, but apparently Becky's still mad at me for saying that she was crazy when she got pregnant a couple of years ago while she was making more money than the federal government had ever printed before, right in the middle of the biggest run of her life. And boom, self-inflicted injury, unforced error. She's on the sidelines. I said, what the fuck? Rotten timing. And boy, it must have made an impression.
Well, Jim, you didn't just say, what the fuck, rotten timing. You like buried her. We went over it. You fucking buried her. You buried Seth. And I think he buries Seth in this video. My take on it is like women at some point, they just want to have fucking kids. And she make millions. Her husband's making millions, you know?
Impression. Because my former friend, old Tyler Black, has not been able to come out with a full-throated endorsement of me since then. So he's obviously trying to keep everything nice and placid at home. But should Becky really be that mad at me for what I said? I didn't say anything personal about him. Otherwise, she just cost the family millions of dollars. But I didn't.
It's none of your business, dude.
You think she'd take it that fucking
There's
hard?
a shout out, Jim, and shout out the Jim Cornette experience. I'm just saying, but like, okay, but he was just doing commentary on it, so he's by all means. But it's just my take is like, I don't know. He's probably more offended. She probably doesn't give that much of a fuck, or maybe she does. She just wrote a tell-all book, though. Did she bury Jim in the book? I'm curious, but I think he did like personally offend her. I think he said some like, I can't remember the quote. Go and watch my clip where. You guys can find it somewhere if you just type it in on PWT YouTube, where we went over what Jim Cornette said about Becky and likely where this stems from.
Well, you don't think this is just him being mad on his own?
Yeah, there you go. Brian Last got it.
And he wouldn't have said anything good about me at all. Well, did you listen to the tone of things going on? And
we have the audio.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you can determine for yourself whether you think that he is class.
So let's see.
Nice and calm at the homestead.
Oh, well, we'll see about that. This is Seth Franklin Rollins talking to Jay Moore. Apparently, Jay Moore is a show, and the name of the show is More Stories.
Who is Jay Moore?
He's a comedian.
He played Dennis the Menace on television, didn't he?
That was Jay North.
Jay North. Oh, I'm
wrestling.
Jay Moore got accused of stealing.
Who? Seth Franklin Rollins has married Jeannie Buss now? I thought he was still married to Becky.
Jay Moore, I believe.
Seth Rollins married Jay Moore?
All right, let's go to the audio. Here's Seth Rollins.
But I did have like a high school teacher that said, you're never going to work with that voice. You have to learn how to speak like a normal person. And years later, when I was on The Nanny and they interviewed
God, is that Fran Drescher? Oh my God, they cooked his ass so. That's a fucking hilarious bit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Are they playing Fran Drescher instead of Seth's interview? Oh my God. That is funny.
Parents.
Holy shit.
They asked my parents if when I was a little kid,
who the fuck is
it
this?
seemed like I had.
That's Seth Rollins. Could you tell?
Oh,
boy, Becky has really emasculated him.
See, that's Seth Rollins. But no, let's go to the real audio here. Seth Rollins on a Jay Moore show.
Whose side are you on? Jim Cornette, the tennis racket guy?
Cornette, yeah.
Jim Cornette versus the Vince guy, the writer?
Russo?
Yes.
So I hate them both.
Cornette says, when I
hate them both. I think they're both jackasses. But if you had to pick, if you were gun to your head, which one would you side with?
As a fan, I mean, I kind of want to hang out with Cornette a little more.
So I've hung out with Cornette because Cornette was a booker of mine. No, he was fine. He's super entertaining. I mean, the guy, I mean, he can still cut a promo. He's a victim of the hot take culture where he has to say the craziest thing that could come to his brain.
Why doesn't Seth like Vince Russo though? That's what I don't think gets explained.
And that's how he makes his money on his podcast.
George Animal Steel has Down syndrome.
So yeah, but he's all
Shockwave is the GOAT.
He's an idiot.
Shockwave's the GOAT. Did he mean to say Shockmaster? Fucking botching. This is what I mean. Why is Jay Moore jumping on the pro wrestling shit? Crazy.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
They're both idiots, but if I had to pick one, it'd be Cornette.
See, a clear endorsement for me right there. And he said what he had to say to placate Becky.
I'm not going to play this whole 16-minute video. I'm just going to get to his initial response, okay?
Who's still wounded, I'm sure, about what I had said about their spawn.
He said, I hate them both. He hates
I hate
you.
them both. That's what's whoa, how has Seth Rollins ever even worked with Vince Russo? Cornette, yeah, he has his pod, he talks shit. Has Vince Russo ever even brought up Seth Rollins or Becky? I'm curious.
He just said he hates you.
But then he said nice things about me.
I hate him, but if I think about it, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. Fuck, I gotta say nice things if I really think about it. But I hate him.
How can I say this without making my wife mad, but at the same time stick somewhat to the truth?
I could right now be in TNA waiting for the big AMC debut.
But I do agree with him. Verusso's not entertaining.
TNA just catching strays.
And I am. So see, we found common ground again, Seth.
Before you even get more of what Rollins had to say there, how'd you like the way the question was set up? What is your take on Jim Cornette, the tennis racket guy, and the Vince guy?
The Vince Ryder guy. This guy's obviously a wrestling expert.
And then they called Shockmaster Shockwave. That's 100%. They were trying to allude to the Shockwave. What the fuck is that? There's no wrestler called Shockwave. That's a TV show that never came to fruition in AEW. Here, let's jump ahead a bit. I don't know.
Correct that he hates you? Do you think he really hates you?
I don't think so. I don't think
Last is hung up
it's
on
pretty
the
easily
hatred.
because they're all fucked up.
Well, see, I would feel bad about doing that because I've had the knee problems before. It would make me all skeevy to take out somebody else's bad knee. No, but I'm sure he's still again placating his domestic situation.
There you go. Jim just thinks it's because Becky Lynch wants Seth to be mad at him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, go and check that out on Jim Cornette's channel if you want the full context of that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. Okay, guys, we are getting into it. What time is it here? Oh, yeah. So let's get into, we have some AEW news. I'm going to talk about Dave a little bit. And, yeah, Dave's getting owned. Literally, I opened my timeline, and he's just getting owned. First thing, Nicolo Piccolo's just owning him. Okay, so before we get into that, though, I want to talk AEW news, all right? And there's not a lot in here. And we'll check in with chat as well. And let me know what you guys think. Who wins that battle Who's less hateable, Jim Cornette or Vinny Rue there, Barreau? So let me see here. Honor Sharp for 5 says, let's be realistic. How many people actually like Russo, Barreau? I don't know, like JCW. They're saying that they're doing better shows and more attendance and all this sort of stuff. So because of him, and I don't know if it's because they like seeing him on screen, but he does okay for himself on Patreon and shit for sure. He has a good little fan base that he can cater to and whatnot. So I'll give him kudos for that. But yeah, in the pro wrestling world, I would say fucking none.
Sometimes
okay?
in life you gotta be a hoe.
They're like, dude, you know. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Round of applause for everyone. Hit the like button. Thank you for supporting PWT. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. There's a bunch of extra content on there. Okay, I gotta chug down some water. And then we're gonna do some AEW news here. And there's not a whole whack of a lot, but we have a Tony Khan Cringe video, and that's what I wanted to get to. Okay, sorry, you guys are just hearing me fucking chug water. Liquidy lips, tip of the tongue, teeth, and lips. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's sicko segment. Okay, guys, so sorry for
Smash your
smashing
needle,
ears to
obliterate.
Oblivion. Let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, all together, Ichi Nissan Da, because it is time for AEW news. Yeah. And of course, the best guys, Tony Khan. So we have little thises and that's. El Plethora posted, put it on my tombstone, and he super chatted into Pollock and Thurston's show. Thirsty Thurston. I'm Brandon Thurston. And so this super chat, and I'll read it in Thurston's voice. He said, AEW ratings, attendance down, but pay-per-views do the same number every month within 20K range. High 145K, low 125K. Isn't this mathematically impossible? And so he's just pointing out, like, it was just what we talk about all the time. AEW, every measurable metric, they're down year over year, other than the one, and I literally said this earlier, other than the one that Dave Meltzer is the only source on, and that's the pay-per-views, and he magically added 30%. Some fucking sicko was like, responded to my shit. I typically don't like respond under my tweets. I just post and fucking scroll the timeline, you know? But this guy was like, prove that Dave added the 30%. I'll go ahead, I'll wait. And then I did. I just like gave him Dave's show and my clip. I just looked it up quick because I clip all this shit. You know, I talk about it all. So I'm like, I just fucking typed it into YouTube. It came up. And then, and I reviewed it myself. And yeah, he absolutely, it's even more egregious than I remembered. Like, he absolutely just invented that Amazon would add 30%. And then he predicted that the following AEW pay-per-view, which was Revolution, which oddly enough, Time Cop, their next pay-per-view right now coming up is Revolution 26. But he said they did a 30% increase. He predicted that. And then a week later, when he reported what the actual number was, it was like exactly his fake prediction of adding 30%. So how are the pay-per-views up 30%, but everything else is down year over year? Like, that doesn't even make sense at all. So again, a dummy Dave moment. He just gets roasted throughout these fucking shows, and by proxy. But yeah, so there you go. A nice super chat there to Pollock and Thurston there, just kind of poning them with some statisticals. Speaking of statisticals, Revolution. Guys, it isn't until March 15. They set up, and I'm going to give AEW some props here. They set up for 8,700. They've sold 8,000 tickets already. Now, listen, if Tony's paper in the house, whatever. They've been doing that since day one. Everyone does that shit, right? And they distributed 8,000. It doesn't mean sale, blah, blah, blah. We all know. But look, man, this far out, 2 months out and it's already at 8,000 of the 8,700. Okay. Let's give a fucking round of applause for Tone, I guess, on that, right? Like, okay. All right. I'll give props when they're due. Speaking of like props, here's the new stage. Fucking terrible transition. Here's the new stage for, speaking of gimmicks, welcome to the All Elite Experience. So what the fuck is that? I don't even know. And then they're like, here's the new set. So this is the new Dynamite set of 2026 going forward. Now it's the exact same thing, but it's just curved. It's like when you have a regular computer monitor and then you go and get one of those curved ones and you're like, oh shit. And it is kind of better when you're there, but on TV, it just doesn't. I don't know, man. I didn't really like when Raw had the skateboard ramps either, the curvy shit. It's just, it probably looks cooler in person, but it just doesn't really come across on TV unless you're riding on the ramps, you know? No, I'm joking, but it's the color scheme. It's just they curved an LED board. It's not really, or whatever that is, a screen maybe is the technical term. It's just nothing. They need to find a new identity, the white ropes, to try and do the channel surfing trick, so that if you're surfing channels, you're like, oh, WWE's on. That's why they have the fucking white ropes and they make it look the same as a WWE's on the barricades. They always have shit going on. They haven't gone to like the glowing posts and apron yet, but that's because that costs money and Tony's been cutting costs and whatnot. So again, I'm not trying to clown it. I would put it over. I just put over their attendance for their pay-per-view. I'd put it over if I liked it. I just think they need to find an identity. Like the old black and gold was kind of their thing, even though that was NXT's thing, but they, All Elite kind of took that over. The multicolored rainbow thing, it just, they've done it for a while now, and when you look at it, it just reminds me, and same with Collision now, like they parodied the Nitro thing, which I was the biggest fan of Collision when it first came out. You guys know this. And even then I was like, I don't know about like copying Nitro. Like we got to find our own identity, but like, whatever, do your thing, do it. God damn it. It works. Let's run with it. I just think like when I look at this color scheme, it just reminds me of like the worst years of AEW that we've just sat through the last few years. You know what I mean? They like, you fucking figure it out, do something unique, look at every other fed, look at what they're doing, try and think of something different to do with your ropes and the way you maybe set things up. Even ECW with that like brick wall, go back and watch some ECW shit on the WWE Vault with like the brick wall and the way they had Sid coming out, like that looked cool as shit. Some of their pay-per-views, and especially the pay-per-views, man, like we need AEW, like they got to start doing some like Attitude Era sets where it's like where they go, Insurrection was the pay-per-view, or like Backlash with the claws, right? Every pay-per-view had like a different theme and a different stage, and AEW did that early on, and they need to go back to that. These LED boards and the lights and everything, all these feds do it because you can do it on the cheap nowadays. This technology's cheap nowadays. So, cheap for, what they're doing. And like TNA is able to do it. Everyone can do this. So how are you going to stand out, man? And Tony, like I know people go, oh, his infrastructure. That's what John Alba's saying. But like, bro, he's cutting corners at every fucking intersection. Like, what are we doing? So, again, I just really want them to reinvent the aesthetic and everything about AEW. Then I think maybe they can get a set. We're just like scrape. That's just like, again, it's scraping the bottom of the barrel for ideas here, but it is what it is, man. Speaking of ideas and whatnot, AEW filed to trademark Exile on Payne Street. Whatever the fuck that means. It's some sort of match that's incoming. And the Dynamite, we talked about ticket sales, Dynamite and Collision Maximum Carnage. They sold 2,361 tickets, and they are set up for 2,800, whatever the fuck. And this was when is this actually? Sorry, no, this is this Wednesday, and I think it's called Maximum Carnage, and it's going to be a 3-hour Collision. Now, let me just throw this out there again. I don't want to be conspiracy Phil, but I'm spitting here for a second. Let me cook for a second. They just went on Saturday, their usual time. Collision did, and they put up their worst fucking number. They tied like their lowest in history again, or their second. I think it was their lowest in history. Maybe like their second lowest rating, lowest in key demo history, or whatever. So typically they'll get moved to Thursday or Wednesday, or after Dynamite they do a bit of a stronger number. Well, now Collision can't be on Thursday because guess what's this Thursday? If I'm not mistaken. Yes, this Thursday, the fucking AMC TNA show. And now we're seeing a Maximum Carnage first thing, 3-hour Dynamite and Collision fucking whatever. And Collision will do like a 300 whatever thousand instead of a 100 whatever thousand on Saturday, or them getting pwned by TNA in the debut show. That's all I'm saying. We got to track this. We got to pay attention to these things. And I told you guys, they will add that 3rd hour to Dynamite. They do it all the time. They do it more than they just do regular 2-hour Dynamites. And even Dave will tell you, well, the overruns, they're always going to go do an overrun. So they're already testing the waters of like, I'm telling you. And I think they're going to, and I called this trick as well. They're just going to call it Dynamite and Collision, even though Collision will be on after Dynamite on Wednesdays. They'll go extra hour of wrestling, Collisions on, and then otherwise, or like they'll just do 2-hour Dynamite if they have something coming on after that they want people to watch, which I don't think they do that. And then Collision just doesn't need to air every week, but it will be canceled as far as like being its own thing on Saturdays and Thursdays. It will just now, with the new AMC deal, it will just become like a 3rd hour they'll attach. Or it'll be the Tailgate Brawl, the pre-shows. They'll go, yeah, Collision before our pay-per-view. And then it'll be back on Saturdays because it's just dying on Saturdays. They could put any show on there and it would do these numbers. Why the fuck are they? So anyways, that's my fantasy mark booking. And I've been saying this. My chat's probably tired of hearing me fucking repeat this shit, but we have to because it's a day-by-day thing. Oh, yes, I agree, Phil. So as expected, AEW Dynamite numbers were up from last week's New Year's Eve episode. However, the show scored its 3rd lowest 18-49 in show history. It averaged 5-6. Oh my God. Guys. Oh my God. It used to be when they did 700,000, they got clowned on. When they did 800,000, people were like, oh, a big increase. Do you guys remember that? That wasn't even that long ago. That was like 3 years ago, I want to say. They'd get clowned for a 750. You guys remember that? Now look at this shit. They're doing Collision numbers from how long? Oh my God. This is scary times for AEW. Here's the thing too. I was like, don't be so doom and gloom. Tony will keep it alive forever. And you guys in real time have seen my opinion change on that. On this show, if you listen or view this show every week. Right? Like I'm just like worried looking at this. This is bad, man. This is fucking bad. It's getting bad. It's so unfortunate, man. And if TNA comes out the gate doing like 300,000, 400,000, and if they slowly are growing while AEW slowly, I mean, holy. So they're up 30 and 516K is them being up 30% from the week before. And still no Christmas number either. Key demo up 14%. As always, these numbers do not include the HBO Max simulcast. Dynamite's down 16% in total viewers. 18 to 49 down 53. Buddy. What are we going to do? What is everyone going to do when this shit is like a YouTube show only? It's just like the same as reality of wrestling and no one gives a fuck. Chat, one's in the chat if Tony Khan gets desperate enough to bring in Vince Russo. Bro, I'm hanging on by a thread, bro. Speaking of hanging on by a thread, and I'm not trying to diss anyone, but Lacey Lane officially joins Crew in Ring of Honor. She was in WWE previously, and good for her. You guys know I put KC2 over more than fucking anybody as well. And Crew's cool, but again, they just split from Top Flight and then just get buried. They're just a knockoff type Top Flight or whatever. I don't get it. I don't understand. Layla Gray was right there. And again, I just tweeted this out. I was like, weren't sickos mad at the Fed for putting groups together based on race? And so that's what this whole Crew Top Flight, like Tony just, oh, you're a high-flying black dude, you go over there. Oh, you're, you know what I mean? Layla Gray, you go over there. Now, I don't get triggered by this shit, but like, where's the outrage for sticking Lacey Lane with Crew? Because there's no fucking reason for that. There's no reason for it. Okay? Now, I'm not saying it ain't going to work. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of dig their look altogether. They look good. If you showed me that team, I go, okay. But, you know, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Why does no one call this shit out? And again, it's just good for me, not for thee. That's why I posted this GIF. It's just another example of good for me, not for thee in AEW. Selective outrage. And speaking of selective outrage, Andrade El Idolo. So again, a guy who left WWE, came to AEW, everyone was glazing him, and then he turned into a guy that everyone was burying. All this, not everyone, I keep saying everyone. The sickos were saying like, you know, Andrade's just wants to go back to the Fed and he blah, 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 you know? He got lumped in with Rusev and Aleister Black and all these guys, and people were hating on him. He goes back to the Fed, and then he shows back up in AEW, knocks out Omega, and then he leaves AEW, does some indie shit, goes to New Japan. He's still signed to WWE allegedly, and then he's not. A lawyer got him out of it, and then now he's officially gets his graphic again. Andrade's back in AEW, and you have people acting like they give a fuck about that, which I don't know. It's cool. He got big pops, and shout out Andrade. I'm a big fan of his, but I have been since the NXT Black and Gold days. But with that being said, it's just funny. Again, more good for me, not for thee. And Tone is going like low. He's kind of desperate. I'm not saying he's just going to sign up any and everyone, but Zeta Steel, Ace Austin, who's the other one we just mentioned? Jake something, which we're about to talk about. Andrade El Idolo. And then like two of these guys already, think about it. The two guys who just got graphics, El Idolo and Doyle, they're both just member 45 and 46 of this faction. Really think about that. Both these guys are just in the same faction. That was Tony's big idea for both of these fucking guys.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That's how you know he has no plan for either of them. He has no, this is just him like, oh, I gotta not let TNA pick up Andrade so that they start kicking my ass in the ratings. Like, I need to get Jake something just because. They're both just in the Callis family. Okay, so Tone is getting desperate, but I complained about this earlier and cried about it earlier, but Jake Doyle, shout him out. Fucking big, jacked white guy with brown hair and a goatee, and he's like real athletic, and he's 37. Oh, Wardlow? No, Jake Doyle. Like, I hope that Jake Doyle gets all of his money. I'm never get mad at the boys, and I always say this every show. I never get mad at the boys for marking in the fucking money mark. This is a criticism of Tony Khan. He has no plans for this guy. There's zero plans for this guy. Okay, you have Wardlow just sitting there, no plans for him. He was over as fuck. He was starting to get like Goldberg aura. Right? And then fucking nothing. They just squandered it. They didn't even have Wardlow beat Sting or something like that. Nothing. They couldn't think of anything. They didn't think of anything for that guy to just catapult him. So what the fuck are they going to do with Jake something? Nothing. Jake something, more like Jake nothing. Am I right, fella? That's a fucking terrible joke. Oh, and what's the deal with this? But I do like Jake Doyle, and yeah, I like him, and I will continue to like him. Okay, we are going to get into some cringe shit, but first, let's check in with chat here. Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17 for 2 says Jim and Russo are dorks. I am not a dork, bro. You're listening to a guy, bro, called Phil Marks, bro. A literal Mark, bro. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Chris Walski for 2 says then, now, forever. The best guys, Tony Khan. Then, now, forever. Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh man, thank you. And Honor Sharp for 5 says, wait, that says welcome to All Elite Experience. Where's another production meeting failure? Oh shit, I unbookmarked it. I didn't notice that. Thank you. Spelling errors appreciated. Well, Tone does study the Wrestling Observer, and you guys know how Dave
the young superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So
thank you guys so much. I acknowledge you all for your super chats, contributions to PWT. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Billy Madison's the movie they used to play in high school. AEW teams in JCW, that'd be worth watching. Pull up the Jake something AMC poster. I did on the last show, and I roasted it. It's TNA's first fumble officially. That's a fucking fail, dude. And that's what I mean. That was Tony's first swipe at TNA. He drew first blood in the new war, dude. It's pretty gangster, actually. Oh, Doyle rules. Yeah, Jake Doyle rules. Oh man, that's good shit. Okay. Let's get into some Cringe. We have a couple Cringe videos. So here is Kenny Omega, and AEW Neckbeards posted, remember when North American wrestlers went over to Japan and looked and acted tough, like Bruiser Brody, Stan Hansen, and the Road Warriors, just to name a few. Wrestling has evolved. So here's Kenny Omega just being a silly goose. Yeah. It's different times. So speaking of fucking utterly cringe people, Tony Khan, this is posted by @SammyGur43595219, says Tony had to get these guys to brag about his fake awards. He knows everyone thinks it's a joke. So he has Big Boom AJ and Big Boom Justice, or whatever the fuck they're called, talking about and putting over these fake SI awards. It's clearly a marketing ploy. It's like a scratch your back, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours type thing with SI and AEW. I broke it down before. It just has to do with, well, we already know Tone needs to lean into these awards. Dave Meltzer's a jilted ex-lover because of it. That's why he's burying these other awards.
Congratulations to All Elite Wrestling. Congratulations to All Elite Wrestling for winning 10 Sports Illustrated Pro Wrestling Awards for 2025. Including Promotion of the Year, Female Wrestler of the Year, Mercedes Moné.
The problem is that they're promoting this to kids, and I can't help but beat this dead horse to death again and always, forever. then now together forever. I'm going to beat this horse to death. But it's like they're promoting this to kids. Kids turn on the AEW show, and then what's happening on it? MJF's wanking off and doing a tosser to the crowd. You know what I mean? And then you have Mox doing the bullshit he does. And then you have fucking... I just don't know. I'm not like, oh, think of the children. Okay, but... And like AEW's not edgy in the way the Attitude Era was edgy either. So I just don't know like who this is. Why are you promoting this SI shit? It's just Tony just uses these guys terribly as like a marketing tool, which is fine. Obviously that's why they partnered up and stuff, but like he uses them terribly. He could be way more effective with these guys.
Male Wrestler of the Year, my guy, Hangman Adam Page. Tag Team of the Year, FTR. Best in Ring, there's only one, Will Ospreay. Best on the mic, time was Tony Storm. Breakout Wrestler of the Year, Kyle Fletcher. Storyline of the Year, Hangman Adam Page's Redemption Arc. Rivalry of the Year, Hangman Adam Page versus Jon Moxley. And Show of the Year, AEW Double or Nothing 2025. Congratulations!
Oh my God, the SI awards are such a fucking joke. Speaking of being a joke, ladies and germs all together in chat, it is time for the best guys, Tony Khan, Brian.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Here's a cringe video of Tony Khan again in the cuck chair. You can't tell me this man can't get a penthouse suite where there's like a desk with, you know, where you can just sit at and set your shit up. He's in the cuck chair again. I don't know why. And again, whoever's filming this, they're standing up on the bed. And so it's like, it's not in frame properly. And somehow that Charlton guy from New Japan comes off with more charisma and aura than Tony Khan, a fucking billionaire, when he's talking about wrestling. And he just did the here's what you missed last week in Nuge in a minute. It ruled. Tony can't just be like, here's what's coming up in 1 minute. And I get it's his personal socials, but when he just does videos like it, the problem is that he's so fake and phony and like an alien, like a robot when he does it. It's like clearly he's trying to shoot this as though it's like part of his wrestling universe lore. So you either have to do it like that or you have to do it shitty. He's just doing it shitty. I don't know what to tell you guys. He just doesn't understand. Like, this isn't how you get people excited to watch these wrestling shows. I don't even know what this one is about. Let's get into it.
Hey, it's great to see you. I'm so happy to be here back in the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas, and we're just hours away from Saturday AEW Collision. The show starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on TNT tonight, and we're streaming on HBO Max. We have a great lineup, and there's so much I'm excited about.
You don't sound excited at all.
We're here on TNT tonight, and we've got that TNT champion in the house defending the championship. One of the most exciting and impressive wrestlers in the entire world, Hechicero of the Don Callis family. Picked up a big win last Saturday, and he earned a TNT title shot tonight against the champion.
What the fuck is this for, dude? Oh, God. The thing that irks me the most about this, who is this for? Hechicero, if you... Fuck, man.
Mr. Mark Briscoe. And I'm really excited about that huge title fight. There's so much to look forward to tonight, and I just wanted to, first of all, say you're not going to want to miss this.
I promise no sickos watch this and go like, oh, I need to run through the wall. And you want to know an exact one-to-one comparison, someone else who also gets roasted, you guys, for this? It's not just Tony Khan. Dana White and the UFC promotion, they do the same bullshit. They used to have these big press conferences, these big announcements, these vignette promo, just fucking gripping shit. And now Dana White just hops on his fucking Instagram and goes, what's up, guys? It's fucking Friday. Here's the fucking fights that are coming up. And then that's how we find out about fights now. And it's fucking annoying. So it's not just Tony.
Shut up, bitch.
It's not just two-cup Tone, right?
This would be a great match with the TNT champion Mark Briscoe versus Hechicero. And last week, Hechicero earned this match against Commander. Commander, one of the really impressive stars in wrestling, one of the great high flyers, and one of the really impressive young athletes in the sport. He has a grudge with the Clone. El Clone got involved in that match last week, and El Clone has been an enemy to Commander's closest friend, Hologram. I know that Commander and the Clone are going to put on a clinic tonight in a grudge match on Collision, and I can't wait for the Clone to collide versus Commander tonight. And we mentioned the TNT champion and the big championship fight. We've got a whole crew of champions in one trios match. We're talking about, I mean, it's a pretty amazing lineup when you've got the AEW Women's World Champion, Chris Statlander, the AEW.
He doesn't even know. He needs like notes, dude. He's like looking at someone holding up signs with the, he's like, oh, you're flip the sign over. I can't see. Dude, you're just rambling off bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God. And I've said this before, even if he did like an exciting, hey, what's up, guys? I'm Tony Khan. Collision's on tonight. Blah, 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 blah. Boom, boom, boom. Here's the match I'm looking forward to most. And then he just did it in like 1 minute, in and out. And then he clipped it, put edits on it. He could drop 10 of those in a day promoting each individual match. And that would still be better than this. It would get more views too.
World Tag Team Champions, the Babes of
Zero
Wrath,
aura, zero motion, zero
Cameron
charisma,
and Willow Nightingale.
zero
and
swagger.
Willow Nightingale, also the new TBS champion. So a lot of great championship gold on one side. They're going to take on an impressive trio of young athletes that I'm excited to see. We've had great feedback on AEW's new signings, High-End and Maya World. They've been fantastic. And they needed a partner. They needed a third for their trio tonight, and one of the best young wrestlers here in the area.
Great feedback from who? Dave Meltzer or what? And I'm not trying to hate on them, but like on High-End and them, Maya World. But like we've had great feedback. What do you mean? You mean you're high on them, Tony? Just say, everyone knows you're the boss. It's like he's trying to insult. He wants to take credit. Oh, I'm the boss and all this shit. And then he tries to play it like, whoa, I'm just this, I'm just like this guy who's, people are really high. Who's the people? You're the people, bro. You're the boss. We know it's just you're talking about.
Somebody we've had in AEW before who I thought would be a fantastic partner for them is Vert Vixen. So Vert Vixen, High-End and Maya World.
Here we go.
They have a tough task tonight, taking on the world champion, the TBS champion, and
there's
the
another alliteration.
all in one trio. There's a lot of exciting things coming on Collision tonight. Speaking of the top women's wrestlers in the world, we have Mina Shirakawa in the house here today. And Mina Shirakawa is somebody who is looking for a fight. I always am excited to put Mina on TV anytime she wants to wrestle. And somebody exciting who is back with us and looking for a fight is Lady Frost. And that's a match we haven't had here on Collision before. I thought it would be a lot.
So Lady Frost is just doing like a spot. Hey, I'll just show up in Wrestler. Is she back with AEW? Because wasn't she done with AEW, or am I wrong about that? Is she just been buried in ROH this whole time? I really don't know. But yeah, Lady Frost rules, and she would be awesome on the show,
Fun to see Mina Shirakawa.
But like she's back with us. What does that mean?
Fight it out against Lady Frost. And speaking of the exciting fighters, the Death Riders.
Why isn't there like other girls? Like there's such a deep roster. Everyone can just pick and choose when they work. He has to like go deep into his indie bag or what?
Riders are here. The Death Riders are always looking for a fight. And last week we saw Dante Martin of Top Flight put on a really, really impressive effort against Shelton Benjamin on Collision. I think Dante and Darius have so much upside still, and they're great young veterans.
Listen, see, dude, the Freudian slip. I think that Dante and Darian have such great upside still. Because everyone's like, what the fuck have you done with Top Flight? Why aren't they like a top over tag team? What happened to Private Party? So Tone, literally a Freudian slip, has to be like, oh, well, I still think that they're good, even though I don't ever use them. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Get someone else to be the commissioner of AEW, like, shake it up, Tone. None of this has worked, buddy. None of this has worked.
Really a great experience level for their age. And under the mentorship of Scorpio Sky, they have got a great opportunity. Scorpio Sky is back with us, and he's been cleared by the doctors. So,
oh man, so Scorpio Sky's cleared now after like a week or two after getting hurt and pulled out of the thing. Man, what's going on with him?
So I can tell you now officially, the Death Rider is looking for a fight. Scorpio Sky just got cleared by the doctors. Skyflight's in the house. I think it would
Skyflight
be great to have the Death Rider.
Top Flight can't just be Top Flight. We got to make a whole new name, and then all of a sudden, and it's just like with Crew. Well, Lacey Lane, black girl, go with that black guy team, and then Top Flight, they used to have Layla Gray, and they used to have Action Andretti and Leo Rush in their crew, but now Scorpio Sky, you're with Top Flight because you're a black guy. Go over there, and now you guys are Skyflight. Now, I don't get triggered by shit. I don't care. I don't give a fuck if they put the Samoans in a group and the Japanese girls in a group. I don't get triggered, but the sickos do. They claim to. They get fucking, they want to cancel everyone whenever people do this in the Fed. Right? And I get it, why some people are like, yeah, this isn't like, no, I want, like, all the luchas shouldn't be stuck together. We want to show that we're more than just put us in a group. I totally get that. Like, I'm not going to be like, fuck that, but like, I like the LWO. What can I tell you? I pop for it. It's member berries, right? I don't know what to tell you. I've dug, like, some of the factions work that way. Hurt Business ain't crying about it. You know what I mean? They're making money together, dude. It's money. Like, I'm not, I don't get triggered by it, but for the people who do, where is the outrage when it comes to Tone? It's outrageous that you're not outraged. No.
Wrestling's not fake!
Motherfuckers never want to do this. So Zeta Steel is in Skyflight now. Okay, so all right, then I'm wrong on that one instance. But come on, like, what are we talking about? This is the second time he just stuck people with Top Flight based on what? If it was in WWE, he'd go, people would say the color of their skin and shit. Now I'll defend Tone a little bit. I think he's too fucking ignorant to even. I think he goes, Skyflight. Oh, that's a great name. I swear. Like, he just has bad ideas. And he doesn't know. He's like, oh, Lacey Lane, she can flip around. And Leo Rush and Action Andretti flip around. So it's perfect. Maybe, you know, if there's a black dude who wants to come and tell me I'm fucking wrong and on that one and explain why they view it a different way, or anybody, then I'd be willing to listen. But to me, I just think he has zero fucking ideas. And he goes like, oh, Triangle of Sin or whatever the fuck. That's a great name. Let's go. There's no longer the death triangle. So the Triangle of Madness or whatever the fuck. I think he just has these mark ass ideas that he doesn't know what to do. You know, and he just goes, Skyflight. Oh, that'll be a great t-shirt. And then Top Flight's like, well, that's our shit. Like, why do we getting people stuck with it? Why aren't we tag champs? Why didn't we get our time yet? You know, it's just bullshit. He's just bad fucking. It's just bad creative. But again, where's the like, oh, racist, you know, and shit that just doesn't exist when it comes to Tony. Actually, it does. A lot of people call him like Tony KK Con. So I'm not. I've seen people say AEW is racialist, but I'm just saying, like, where it's just funny that you can tell where, and I don't want people to get outraged. I'm actually glad they didn't. Kudos, sickos. You learned your lesson getting pwned last time. Actually, I'll shout them out. Okay. And I don't want people to get outraged, but it's just funny to see, like, now all of these little fucking arguments that went one way, like, you can tell where the faux outrage comes from. These are the instances, right? Now, if Tony Khan was on a private plane shitting on people's heads, you know, I mean, that's a reason for everyone to get mad at him. And that would be like, but when it comes to this, like, let's get mad at Triple H because he put the luchas together. And it's like, well, then you got to get mad at Tony Khan for this same shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, we can all collectively get mad at Vince. We got to all be able to collectively not even get mad, but call out Tone on his bullshit if it's bullshit. I don't think it's bullshit. I'm glad that people aren't melting down, wasting their time, but it's funny to see some of those arguments just die and go by the wayside, and people clinging on to different shit, and see some of those things that I guess sickos got pwned on. They've kind of fucking maybe learned their lesson and licked their wounds on it. But no, it's always just protecting Tony Khan. Good for me, not for thee, as we pointed out earlier.
Fighters of Daniel Garcia, Wheeler Yuta, and the man who Darby Allin wrestles this Wednesday, or fights might be more like it this Wednesday at Maximum Carnage, Pac. It'll be Pac, Garcia, and Yuta versus Skyflight here at Collision tonight. And speaking of injuries and people who've been out and not cleared, a very tense situation has been that involving the Demand, the Don Callis family, a bounty. Last week we saw the tag team of Jet Speed.
He keeps going on about this fucking bounty. Oh my God.
A great win against those bounty hunters of Bill and Brian, Big Bill and Brian Keith. And now I'd like to bring in a moment, a tag team. They were supposed to be competing on Dynamite.
We have special guests
Wednesday, and they were taken out. They were taken out of the match, and they have a grudge. They have a
Look at them like twisting the cups, 2-cup tone. What's going on, man?
The Don Callis family and the Demand. They were supposed to fight the Demand last Wednesday, but they weren't cleared. But moments ago, they were cleared, and I'm going to bring them in.
Okay, then what the fuck, man? This is all stuff that should be in a vignette, and the wrestlers should cut a promo on Dynamite. You heard us. We got uncleared for action 2 weeks ago. We've had 2 weeks off. We thought it'd be worse, but motherfucker, we fought back. We train hard. This is why we prepare ourselves. We're the fucking best in the world. We worked our asses off. We're both cleared and ready to go. Motherfucker, we're coming for your ass because you took us out. That should be part of the TV show. And Tone's sitting here twisting 2 fucking cups, two cups. He poured up that triple cup, right? And he's got all the nap boys going to sleep all over everybody's city, right? Slowing the whole town down. And he's just sitting here fucking explaining shit that's convoluted. It doesn't even make sense, really. And it's like, just explain this on the TV show. It's crazy. It's like, Tone, you have all these ideas in your head, and you think you're explaining in these dumbass videos to no one, to sickos, to just your fans and the PWT universe that are going to make fun of this shit. You're just sitting there explaining these like ideas you have and how you came to these matches, but you don't do that on the show. This is the stuff that you're supposed to tell people who know how to write shit. This is my idea. Like, they got injured and then they're cleared. They actually get cleared in 2 weeks. So that actually is a shoot. They got really hurt. How can we do this on TV to get across like they got hurt and da-da-da-da-da? And then someone will help you, Tone, and like make it a TV thing. You're just explaining this from the cuck chair in a fucking penthouse. You know what I mean? To 17,000 people before Collision goes on air. Like, how is this helping? You're like literally wasting your fucking time. You're not, because I'm getting content out of it, I guess. So I'm thankful. Please don't stop making these videos. But it's just like, you're wasting your time, bro. This doesn't get over to casuals and shit. So you're just talking to sickos, which is fine. Like, do these just for sickos, but then also do what I'm saying and explain this on the show. If you're explaining this on the show, and it's not just in passing, like Excalibur quickly going, the Death Riders, and if it's just quickly not that, and then like you actually explain shit, and then you're doing this for your fan, whatever, that's cool. If they want to watch fucking Mark Zuckerberg here, like cringe everyone out, like, okay, that's fine. But otherwise, like, I don't even understand why he wastes his time doing this.
Here now, Jet Speed, would you please join me?
And the Jet Speed coming.
Hey, thank you very much, Mike. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Kevin. I know you guys are very upset about what happened. I know you're really upset about what happened on Wednesday, and I know you guys want to fight tonight, I understand.
We're hurt, but we're ready to go.
Imagine you get the call, Tone would like to see you in conference room fucking H. It's better than getting the Vince McMahon call. Vince would like to see you on his plane. You're flying with me and Vince. That's John Laurinaitis. I don't know if that's a good one.
So, Kevin, if you're cool with it, Let's give the demand what they deserve.
Listen, TK, ever since the Continental Classic, everybody's been gunning for Jeff.
Bro, imagine like you're at the hotel and you're walking by and you're like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Why wouldn't this be on the wrestling show? And then the pan out to like, oh my God. This is what I'm saying when they go, the infrastructure, when John Alba says dumb shit like that. What infrastructure do they have that TNA can accumulate with $30 million? They're running on Tony Khan is running on a fucking tight ass budget. He does shit like this. Isn't this a billionaire with all the monies? He can't shoot this backstage. There's a corner of a chair cutting them off. TNA puts better production quality into their fucking backstage social media type vignette type shits. Tone just like licks these off. Oh man, God, it's so fucking doomed if there isn't a drastic change. TNA. That's all I can say.
Rightfully so. But honestly, it's been kind of crazy with the boundaries, with the whole DCF, with Ricochet bald head ass still running around here. It's time to
grab him by the throat and smack him on his ball head, smack him until his hair goes back.
Well, the demand are here, and this is probably.
Could you hear that too? You could hear the guy holding the camera like whispering.
It's time to grab him by the throat and
say bald head ass still running around here. It's time to
grab him by the throat.
No, they're still shooting this bullshit. No, they're still shooting this bullshit. They're on take 15. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Smack him on his ball head, smack him until his hair goes back.
Well, the demand are here, and this is probably the angriest I've ever seen Mike in my life.
And then he oh my God. Oh my God. And then he goes back. It's like breaking the fourth wall. This is just like, this is what I mean. This is anti fucking anything you learn about how to do improv, how to do shit on stage or on a TV show. These two walk in like it's almost like an interrupted, we don't give a fuck about the cameras. Then Tony, instead of talking to them, he just looks back at the camera, starts selling. And then it's like, that's okay if the camera pans in and then does a cutaway. I'm Mean Gene Okerlund and that was fucking whatever. But instead, and even what I'm saying is dumb. I'm trying to like add professional elements to this. They're filming it on a fucking phone camera. But they're not going to do that because there's still 2.5 minutes left. So they're going to stand there awkwardly while Tony talks past them. Like, this is unhuman. This is not even like, this is like a bad sketch. This is like low. You would see this on like the shittiest indie that back in the day, Tosh.0 would find this video and fucking roast them on his show for doing like bad backyard wrestling type fucking vignettes.
And I wouldn't want to be the demand if I were in their shoes right now. But the fact is, there's 3 of them. They are here. Ricochet and the GOA.
That's fine. So we'll take them on 2-on-3. We need to
I can't do that. I cannot do that. I cannot.
Hey, guys. Tony, I don't mean to bust in your office. And I'm just watching your live stream. It's fantastic, by the way. I heard that you two need a tag team partner tonight. Not 2 people, just one, no Max Kaiser. But the pride of professional wrestling would be the perfect backup for you guys. I got a little something to get back Ricochet on, so I think this would be great.
Oh, he's good. He's really good.
No. I'm offering my services to you.
We appreciate. He's really good.
Kevin, what do you think?
You know what? We can use the pride on our side tonight.
Tone, no, he's good. They got to convince Jet Speed. That's one half of the former tag champs. You don't need Tone to tell you he's good. He's done more than you guys. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? This is terrible. This is like bad fucking theater, college drama. This is like, hey, let's get the football players to come in and do a sketch at the improv show because they're popular and this is high school. You know, that's how bad this is.
Yeah, let's go. This is a great idea. This is cool. I like this. I like this.
Is that right?
Always great to see smiling faces, and I think that would be excellent. That's a great idea. How about that? Anthony Bowens, you would be a great partner for Jet Speed, and also
Anthony, and look at Bowens is like, I'm right here. You would be a great partner for them. And then he looks at the camera like, bro, shoot it guerrilla or shoot it like an interview on a soundstage or in a set or like just an area that the camera's not gonna like cell phone style. He doesn't get it. They're trying to film cell phone style shit on a like they're trying to shoot cell phone shit on like, but do it TV style. It just makes zero sense.
I can't let the two of you go into a match 2-on-3. You just got cleared moments ago. I can't have you go on the shelf again.
Like, where's Will Washington and RJ City to tell him this is fucking cooked?
To be a 3-on-3 fight.
So this is official?
Anthony, it's a great idea, and I gotta say, first of all, I really appreciate all the team building you've been doing with Max at my request. Thank you.
We're gonna have to talk about that after the match, by the way.
Okay, well, we'll have a great talk, and hopefully Jet Speed and Anthony Bowens will come out happy and healthy. You guys could have the winner's share of the purse and maybe some retribution for Jet Speed.
Retribution for Jet Speed. He sounds like Goofy now. I'm losing my voice. Quick, get me another cup. Not with any liquid in it, just a third one to put underneath of this cup that I already have 2 cups going, and I, of course, need a third cup, as you all know.
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this out.
Need a third cup.
I got to be tripping. Fuck them out.
Need a third cup.
Slow your whole time down. Trip. Cool. I got
Oh, man. Oh, shit.
Tonight.
That's all we asked for.
That's excellent. Well, there's going to be some great wrestling tonight. The TNT Championship on the line on TNT. We've got some exciting things happening. A new match here with Anthony Bowens and Jet Speed taking on The Demand tonight. The Clone versus his commander. You've got the World Women's Champion, the TBS Champion, and the Tag Champs all in one trio. And speaking of exciting trios.
Oh, my God. All the belts? I just don't know what to do with any of them, so they're all just in a match together on the same fucking team.
Death Riders versus Skyflight and Scorpio Sky just getting cleared. And speaking of just getting cleared, Jet Speed are off the shelf. They are cleared, and they have found a partner that will team with them in trios against The Demand. It starts just hours from now, very soon, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Join us for AEW Collision tonight. Spend your Saturday with AEW tonight.
Oh my God, you guys. I fucking
2 cups, fill them up. I done scooped 2 gallons, purple stuff. I done took over your time, finna run them up. Oh, shit look cool with these trip a cup.
Jesus, that, ladies and gentlemen, was the best guys, Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh, man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, so fucking cringe. I don't know what to tell you. That was Ichi Nissan Da for it was AEW news. It is true. It is true. Honor Sharp for 5. Did I have to go watch another cast. Here's 5 because I left. Goodbye. Goodbye, G. G by G. GG. Good game. Thank you so much for the incredible super chat, and I appreciate that so much, and for the incredible support, guys. You can super chat in, become a member, ProWrestleTimes patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. I botched. I fucked up. Thank you guys so much. We got Dave Meltzer flutes in the chat, ladies and germs. We got one more little segment, okay, that I want to do here. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your flutes in the chat. I didn't want to wait to do this because Dave Meltzer's really been fucking up here. And so we have to make fun of him a bit, even though DMW still goes down this Thursday, every Thursday live on YouTube. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, and bonus episodes of Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week for Patreon will be coming out as well, where they are Dave Meltzer roasts exclusive to Patreon, at least way earlier access. You know what I'm saying? At the very minimum, like way earlier, right? We're talking, you want to get a Patreon membership or whatever the fuck, okay? So bonus episodes coming soon of DMW as well for patrons. And so we do need flutes in the chat, though, because it is time for and I want to pull this up here. So we have a few Meltzer clips to get to One of which is Dave just being a disgusting pig. And it is a very, very special edition of, ladies and gentlemen, get your flutes in the motherfucking chat. Because it is time for a very special Pro Wrestle Times live show edition of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it's true. It's happening here. It is happening here once more. It's been a long time, but DMDMW is home. And it's typically live on Thursdays, but we're going off here today on PWT, a live show. So, guys, Dave Meltzer, okay? He talks about WWE. He talks about AEW. We're going to go over a little bit of each thing here, but he takes a couple of L's, and one of which is him shitting on WWE and their call-up of Oba Femi. Let's hear his take on Oba Femi's call-up and him just taking shots here at WWE because he can't help it.
What played out here was disorganization. Okay, this well-oiled machine, disorganization. Because if you had known what you were doing, he wouldn't have won the title back that last time because you know, like he literally just won it back. I mean, it just happened.
I'm sure what happened was he showed up at Saturday night's main event and blew everybody away, just like Javon. And they decided, oh my God, we need them up on the main roster. You know what that means? You know what that means? It means they don't watch their own television.
Well, they don't.
You just figured out in November.
Brian just extrapolates a bunch of shit that did. You know what that means? It means this thing that's like, no, it doesn't mean that at all. Things like this have happened up a billion times. It just means they're calling motherfuckers up when they call them up. They don't watch their own show. Yeah, Shawn Michaels and Triple H, they don't keep each other updated on what each other are doing. Not at all. You're right, Bri. What a fucking goof.
Javon Evans and Oba Femi, you just figured out in November. So, where have you been for the last 2 years?
Okay, so
you can't spend 2 hours on a Tuesday watching your own show?
It's got nothing to do with that.
What a fucking tard to just like think you like just extrapolate that from this. Or is it, hey, dummy Brian, is it that they just gave him fucking wins back and then he vacated it? Anybody who's beat him, he beat them back. And that's why he's the ruler. He didn't just go completely undefeated like Asuka, but the people who did beat him, he's beat all of them back. He has at least one win. I think Tony D beat him. He beat Tony D first. Saints beat him. He beat Saints back. Did Javon? No, Javon didn't. And who all even beat Femi? This is what I mean. He's got wins over the people who beat him. Was a trick? Who the fuck beat Femi? I think one more did. Chat will tell me. I forget. But this is like crazy, Brian. It means they don't watch their show. No, bro. It means you need sleep. I want you to take a week off, Bri. You look tired. You're still trying to invent. So what Brian was crying about was NXT sucks and they need to call everyone up. And then they call everyone up, and now it's just crying about, well, they clearly don't watch the show. This is how fucking dumb these two idiots are. They think that because they picked Oba Femi to be on Saturday Night Main Event and he impressed them so much, they called him up right away. Or is it that all the people who were brought up are the ones that they see the biggest and brightest futures in the incoming years, and because they've been watching them? You fucking morons. Like they really think that Nick Khan and Triple H are just oblivious to Oba Femi and what he's accomplished up until Saturday night's main event. How would they have known to choose him to put him on the fucking show then, you dummies? It's just, that was like the complete wrong thing to extrapolate from any of this, Bri.
It has to.
That's the arrogance of WWE in the sense that if it doesn't happen.
And then after saying some ignorant and arrogant shit like that, Dave goes, that's the arrogance of WWE. Full-blown projection from these redacts. Full-blown projection.
Doesn't count. And our stuff is so much more.
None of this stuff counts. So Asuka's run didn't count, and they didn't go, oh, she's the fucking undefeated NXT champion and hasn't lost in WWE since. They didn't do that with her? Huh. Gunther's losses aren't a big deal. He's only lost to like 4 guys. Obafemi's the only people to beat. They can market him as the only people to beat him in NXT. He fucking beat back. He only had 3 losses to 3 people, and he beat all 3 of those people. That's not like a factoid for you uber sicko smarks. Dave, you're a fucking moron.
Arrogance is being too kind. At this point, it's stupidity. Like, it's been a long time.
I'm not going to argue that it isn't. You know, I mean, it's. But this is just the mentality. Until you prove it in front of their audience, they're not going to take the reaction seriously. And sometimes there have been people who have been over in NXT and they bring them to the main roster and they don't get over. So it's like that's the thing. Now,
usually because they got pushed in NXT and then they didn't get pushed on the main roster. This also happens.
Oh, yeah, and also the fucking Julia gets called up and was over and then is not over on the main. Like, yeah, every different instance is different, dummies. Every instance is a different instant. Not everything's an absolute, you narrow-minded fucks. And this is what they fucking do all the time. I had another situation like that where I roasted Dave for something similar, and someone on Twitter was like, so what? What about this? And I'm like, no, it's blanket fucking, it's the way they just, it's just tunnel vision. Everything's an absolute. But then with Tony Khan, Dave's always like, well, the idea was, I mean, there's more than meets the eye to this, and the idea surrounding what I heard and what could be happening. But it's fucking clown shit, man. It's so obvious what they're doing. And so Dave Meltzer, talks about Kendall Gray, who's crushing it. And shout out my Thursgrayers. But for me, it's Ren's Day forever. But even though we chucked that bit for a while, maybe resurrected someday soon. But Dave Meltzer's like, if I'm Tony Khan, I'm offering her 10 times what she makes in NXT right now. And this is why Tone's a money mark and why Dave doesn't understand the business as much as he says he studies the fucking business and he learns and all this shit. He's such a dummy.
Yeah.
And he's so bad at this.
Learn, Meltzer Inferno.
Yeah, let's give her 10 times what she's getting in WWE. This is what he wants Tony to do. Let's give her fucking 10 times just to get her over there. And then what? Have Tone not get a return on investment because he's a shitty booker? These guys are redacts. They don't fucking... Dave sits here and goes, yeah, give her 10x so that what? She can just go wrestle matches and Tone never sees that money back? And yet Tone trusts this guy, calls him on the phone, runs his booking through Dave. Dave pushes for ideas like he did in the FTR match, like he admitted. And this is the type of shit. Dave ain't looking out for you, buddy. Like, he is a mush-brained moron. And like, yeah, pay Kendall Gray. She's the future. I ain't shitting on her at all. But like, why would this be your recommendation? Give her 10x more than the Fed is just to have her because I like her. Or, you know what I mean? Like, that's fucking stupid. Yeah, so she can take all that money up front and then not become a future Hall of Famer and a household name possibly and in video games. And she's this great that Dave Fantasy Mark books are, oh, man, she needs to get to AEW. It's not like, well, she's so great. And I mean, she's in WWE. That's the biggest stage. She's going to become a megastar. Good for her, man. Good for her. Dave, that's not his take. Oh, well, I mean, shit, she's so incredibly talented. She'll be at WrestleMania one day and get to showcase that talent. And oh my God, man, she's going to become a megastar. That can't be his takeaway. It's, well, you know, AEW would just, her in AEW, bro. I mean, you know, her in AEW.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Like, what a fucking clown, man. Again, it's so crazy. Like, he is sitting here, they'll be better off. Like, he thinks for their career, it's bad advice because she won't be better off in AEW. She'll just be another person on another wrestling show. So if you really think she's that great and want the best for her, Dave, why wouldn't your true intentions be like, oh man, she's on the biggest stage. I mean, that's amazing. If she's so good in WWE already, why wouldn't you just want her to stay in AEW? I mean, in WWE, why would you be pushing for her to go to AEW or like say you're true, what you hope for her? It's because you're a shill, you're biased, you're on a team. And this show points it out, and that's why fucking PWT and DMDMW rules.
That freaking Kendall Gray match with
Kendall
Daisy
Gray
Chain.
is incredible.
I'm not kidding, man. If I'm Tony Khan, I'm offering her like 10 times what she makes in NXT right now and bringing her in to be one of the top 3 in that division.
Top 3, how? It doesn't matter. So here's the thing. WWE right now could take Kendall Gray and make her top 3 on Raw or SmackDown, and it could not get over and not work because she isn't over yet and she's unknown. This is how fucking dumb Dave is. Bring her in and just make her top 3. So Tony, Mercedes, and who? Willow and Chris Stat, their current champs, like they're all just fuck one of them. Fuck Willow or Chris Statlander so that she can be in the just because. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Tony listens to this guy. This is who he calls for advice and shit. This is who
The
he
best
admires.
guys, Tony Khan.
Crazy, man.
She is so great. And main roster.
She is probably further.
And she does rule. Shout out Kendall Gray. I'm not trying to bury you. Denounce Dave Meltzer, please and thank you. Hashtag denounce Dave Meltzer. Okay.
Long at 2 years than maybe even Braun Breaker was.
Oh, wait,
She
further.
is great.
No, she's further along. With the exception of Manami Toyota, I cannot think of
Manami Toyota.
And again,
This Manami Toyota shit, we watch clips of her on the Memba Monday throwback shows, PWT. Manami Toyota, and I thought she ruled, but she was a fucking botch machine, dude. She just hurled her body at people for real with like zero fucking it was just zero regard for fucking her health or anyone else's. So that's why Dave loves her.
Manami Toyota was when she started, she was doing 200 matches, 250 matches a year. So in 2 years, you're going to get a lot better than in this environment with whatever number they're doing, 30 or 40 matches a year. I mean, she is like, I don't know what it's going to be like in a less choreographed environment. We don't know that. So that's the one asterisk here. But like, she is like when you compare her to like Mercedes, who's great, she is so much better than Mercedes at the same stage of the game.
Oh
or
my
Becky
God.
Lynch or Charlotte Flair or any of them.
Oh my God, dude. He's maybe a fair analogy. Okay. I guess I don't know. Maybe Kendall Gray is better if you go down to the month and day, maybe better for what Dave Meltzer thinks is better. I don't know. I'd have to go back and review their careers, but Dave just gets these agendas in his head, and we need Kendall to denounce this motherfucker. All she's got to do is do a Nathan Frazier. Nathan Frazier, when Dave gave Nathan a fucking 5-star, like 4.5-star match, he quote tweeted it and went, "Rare Dave Meltzer W." And that's all you need to know. That's all he said. And now you don't hear Dave glazing Frazier at all anymore. Now, again, people might go, oh, come on now, Phil. You want like Dave glazing her might help her career, but it's not. I'm telling you, as the years go on, 26, 27, 28, Dave every year, when he says he likes something, people are just going to fucking hate on that thing just because. And he doesn't advocate for the right shit, but this could be a late stage of Dave like trying to reinvent himself, where he's trying to say like, I denounce people landing on their heads and shit, but then he awards them 5 stars, which we're going to get into in a minute. That's why we're doing this special DMDMW this Saturday night. But Kendall Gray doesn't wrestle like a fucking idiot. So he's got like some sort of boner for her. I don't know what it is, but for some reason she's good at doing the WWE style, if you want to call it that, but he doesn't want to see her succeed and become like a Charlotte. He goes, she's better than Charlotte Flair was at the same time, like in the physical in-ring stuff. So you don't want to see her become a bigger star than Charlotte Flair, which can only be accomplished by being in WWE. You guys, are you following the logic train I'm taking you on here? I hope Dr. Phil's fucking dropping knowledge here, Professor Phil here. I don't know. I hope it's making sense, but it's like, why wouldn't you want the best for her then? if you really think she's that good, and she's already in WWE. So it's like, well, they're going to maximize on her one day. But instead he goes, she needs to go to AEW and get 10 times the money, which it's like, yeah, it matters. Drawing money matters, but she'll make more money in the long term being in WWE. So if he really cares about that, you don't need to throw a bunch of money at her so she gets lazy when she should be at her hungriest. That's why you don't do that in any sport. That's why AHL players can't get paid fucking however much. You know, there's a salary cap. There's a cap on that shit for the team and for players. Why? Because you can't just be paying prospects when they're 16 millions of dollars. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna stop playing. They're gonna stop going as hard. So Dave is just so cooked. He's so out of the fucking loop when it comes to anything related to pro wrestling in 26.
She's like complete, like, again, like the only one I could compare her to is Toyota, you know, because even like the Crush Gals and everything like that, they were good, very, very young.
Crush
younger than
Gals.
her, but they started when 15, 16. You know, Bull Nakano, you know, was a star at 18, but she started when she was 15. And it's like this, she is just, and plus they're working against great people night in and night out, which she is not doing. I mean,
just buried the whole NXT Raw. She's not working against great people. They're not great.
She's just,
oh man,
she's barring injury or booking malfeasance. She's going to be.
That's the word of the day, Brian. Malfeasance.
You know, the best woman wrestler they've ever had.
Holy. The best women's wrestler WWE's ever had. Kendall, you have to denounce him now. You have to denounce him now. Or this is Dave's way of trying. I feel like, now this might be going too deep, but I do know Dave pretty goddamn well. And I think that he might be trying to like save face and go, I don't like when people get injured. And then he's going to glaze a wrestler like this to try and be like, no, I don't only like wrestlers that like get dropped on their heads and shit. He might be trying to like reinvent that, because it's just the only proof there is out there is like Ibushi, Shibata, Omega, Osprey. They're all cooked, and they're his 5-star merchants. Look at any of them, you know. So moving along here. And so here is Brian Alvarez crying. So it's a trying Brian, and he's crying about NXT some more. Faux outrage. And also I pwned him with this one, and he says Nick Khan and WWE don't listen to the internet. Brian. And it's like, or they are listening to the internet, and it's like, yes, I'm sure they do sometimes, but if they just listen to the internet, then fucking Pete Dunne would be champion. And because they want to paint it like, look at Ron Truth, look at the Cena fucking turn and all this shit. It's like, yeah, in some instances you got to listen to the fucking internet. In other instances you don't. But here's another like absolutist Brian being absolutist about shit. And it's like, buddy, Pete Dunne would be world champion if they fucking, and that's not a knock on Pete Dunne. It's just like, if you listen to the internet, we're fucking regressing. Pro wrestling, it wouldn't be as popular as it is right now, I fucking assure you. Now, you have to listen to fans for sure, and it's not like you shouldn't ever listen to them, and they do listen to them, but not everything's absolute. Each instance is its own thing. It doesn't mean they don't watch the shows. It doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing and how to call people up. Just listen.
We have to choose heat over, hey, you know what,
But
you guys.
this isn't heat.
No, it is heat, because the idea was take the belt off Thea, who everybody wants.
So
get the heat by putting it on.
Take the belt off Thea, who everybody wants. Brian, everybody doesn't want Thea. Like,
Izzy Dame.
You could get the heat by putting on a Blake Monroe. Who cares? It's like they just decided they changed their whole booking to fool people, which is, I tell you what, that is always the worst kind of booking, because then you
changed their whole booking to fool people, bro. The belt wasn't supposed to go to Thea. Blake is going to become NXT champion, or is going up to the main roster right away. They've always had that in their plan for Blake, and they want to get the belt off Thea. Not everybody wants Thea. That's fucking Brian just being a redact again. And they want to get to Tatum and Izzy and help get Izzy over, Tatum and all that shit. They've been feuding, whatever. Tatum had her little stint with the NXT top title, and the same way they did it with Trick and all these guys. You fuck around with they did it with Ethan Page, top title, then you fuck around with the North American title a bit, and then you move on. It's like clearly Sean has a style of booking, and some people hate it, but these two just invent all this fucking shit in their heads that I don't know, man. Izzy Dame. Why are they stacking more chips on Izzy Dame or Thea Hale? That's all you need to know. It's not like Thea Hale's more over than Izzy or Izzy's more over than Thea. Thea Botch won the title, for real botched it. So
end up like Russo, where you're just out there fooling people and nothing makes sense. Like this show, where nothing makes sense. But then it's like they do this, they beat her up. Ava says you're beat up, and then I have to defend the title. I have to defend the title. What kind of shit is that?
Not only that, she says I have to defend the title.
What kind of shit is Moxley doing title eliminators every week? Open challenge title eliminators for the belt he just won. What kind of shit is that?
Because of the controversy involving my win.
There was no controversy.
There was no controversy in storyline. You hit your move and you pinned her.
Yeah.
There's no controversy whatsoever. What are you talking about?
Yes, there was. This is the problem. So again, Dave will sit there for AEW. And yes, we're doing the whataboutism because Dave can't exist without doing a WWE whataboutism when it comes to AEW criticisms. So Dave will sit there and say and explain on his show angles and what they wanted to do to explain away botches that Brian's pointing out on the AEW show. And Dave will explain shit, and Brian has to go, well, I don't text Tony like you, so I don't fucking know. But then with this, they're sitting here pretending like there wasn't controversy, like the crowd were like, what the fuck when the pin happened, and like the commentary didn't sell it. Oh my God, no, the shoulder was down. Oh my God. And that the internet wasn't set ablaze with fucking people talking about how it was a botched title win. Come on, man. Like, yes, there was a controversy. And again, in kayfabe, Dave and Bry, when Wade Barrett goes, and Rey Mysterio's the most famous luchador of all time, Cole, they go, are you kidding me? What about El Santo? But then they go, oh, the controversy in this match. Oh, what are you kidding me? There was no controversy in kayfabe. What is it? Do you guys get triggered by kayfabe or not? Like, they just like to pick and choose their outrage. It's just fake. It's like, no, you're getting triggered about kayfabe over here, and then you're not getting then you're getting triggered about how it's not kayfabe over here. It's fucking stupid, man.
Well, it's a Russo thing. The controversy was she wasn't supposed to win, so she has to prove she deserves it, and then she tries to prove it and she fails.
What about that is a Russo thing? What about is the try and prove it thing is a Russo thing? When did Russo ever do that? No, the swerves. Or is that just wrestling? They're trying to work people and they have to find new ways to work people because everyone's been worked by everything already.
Well, here's the thing, too. Okay. Nick Khan just a couple of weeks ago just goes, we don't listen to the internet and all this. And
yeah?
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing.
All you do is listen to the internet.
All you do is listen to the internet.
Here's
reactively book.
So not Tony, who literally reactively, when people go, we want Mina Shirakawa's old theme. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's coming right up. So that's not reactive to the internet. Right? But when all these marks are sitting here saying Pete Dunne should be, or Carmelo Hayes should be world champ, or they fucking, and no offense to those guys, but it's like, yeah, I don't know about all that. Like, if they listen to exclusively the internet, all they do is this one thing. Okay, well, all you do is bitch and complain.
We have to choose
faux fucking outrage, and then you cry when people say all you do is this one thing, Bri. And then you turn around and say all they do is this thing. Good for me, not for thee, bro. Fucking little babies. Little fucking babies. So, here's Dave Meltzer melting down about the ESPN awards, and he puts his own awards over. And then we're going to get into a bit of AEW stuff with Dave and Bry.
Did you see who was Wrestler of the Year in the ESPN Awards?
I did not.
Dominic Mysterio.
Oh, really? The Wrestler of the Year? Wow.
It's like
that's incredible.
It's like I don't really care about awards other than our awards because those.
Do you guys remember the fucking on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week? I showed you guys the loose leaf that kid wrote his fucking awards on. And he's like, oh, I voted in the Observer. And it looks like a fucking Dear Santa list. It looks like a fucking Christmas list from a toddler, literally. And Dave's like, I only care about our awards. We have smart fans. Holy man.
They're actually voted by our readers who are actually generally far more knowledgeable than non-readers.
Than non-readers. Generally, my audience is far more knowledgeable. Generally, the people who follow this cult possess way more knowledge about the universe and the meaning of life. Sip this Kool-Aid.
As the results will always show, I like the guy and all, and he's good. He main evented 0 pay-per-views. He main evented virtually no house shows. He, was not even pushed. He never had a world championship. Never even had a world championship feud that he lost. He was never pushed in the upper echelon.
Yeah, but he's got aura, dude. He's got motion, and the mainstream's taking notice of him, unlike you, because you're out of fucking touch, and you think pro wrestling is people looking at magazines and going, what is that mysterious stuff from a faraway land? And then they can just look up clips of it and go, not that good. And you haven't caught on to that yet because you're a dinosaur.
Pushed in that middle echelon. The only time he ever appeared to be a guy who you would consider this for would have been the shows in Mexico, where in fact, when he does come out,
Mexico, Brian
does have that feeling of a major superstar. But even so, even if you're going to do it based on Mexico, in Mexico, obviously, Mystico is so far and away the Wrestler of the Year from that region, so he's not that either.
Mystico's so far and away. Then why ain't ESPN voting for him, dude? Where's ESPN Ocho? Get it in here.
So it's like, there's like weird ones, but that's like, it's like, it's not John Cena who, they spent the whole year building around, not Cody, who was world champion all year, set records in all these buildings as a main eventer,
Why do you care? I don't really care about these awards. Then who cares then?
Jey Uso, who the place went crazy for on all these shows. Not that I thought he deserved Wrestler of the Year for WWE at all anyway. Not anyone from AEW, Moxley or Adam Page or whatever. And it's just like I wouldn't have Dominic probably in the top 20.
Right. That's probably why he's number 1, because you fucking stink and are out of touch, buddy. You're out of touch. Okay, let's get into some Dave AEW stuff. But first, Ken Dudley for 5 says, I didn't know there was PWT live tonight. Lex, why didn't you tell me?
I don't know.
Me neither, Lex. Come on, dude. Wednesdays and Saturdays. You know when we're fucking live. Let's go. Thank you, Ken Dudley, for the super chat. King Dingaling 413 has been a member for 7 months. Meltzer's the living embodiment of that scene where Peter Griffin only has 1 brain cell left, and then he breaks his glasses and is rendered clueless. Oh no, at least I have my books. At least I have
Acknowledge me.
Thank you for 7 months of membership, man. Wow, thank you for the subs. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate you all. Oh, good. So let's move along here, okay? So here is Dave Meltzer. I want to do 2 things. He gets completely owned by Bruce Pritchard and Conrad Thompson. And then he gets owned by saying that he doesn't want wrestlers to land on their necks and shit. Which I believe Dave's saying that. Yeah, he just completely lies, and it's blasphemous. But you guys know that Bruce Pritchard recently took a shot at Dave Meltzer, and we covered it on the show on last week's Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, live on YouTube Thursdays. And so then Bruce then puts this quote out from Something to Wrestle, and he says the length of wrestling shows 10 matches on a card is hard to watch. I think less is more. And then Dave Meltzer goes, he needs to give this knowledge to the sister company that just signed the $7.7 billion deal with 12 to 14 match shows every Saturday, Brian. Except he can help them so much with that mistake they've been doing for the last 20 plus years. And then I respond to this because, Dave, it's like you're a hack in MMA. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay? And Dave Meltzer likes to sit here and pretend he's knowledgeable and shit. He's not.
Learn, Meltzer Inferno.
When really he just fears Phil Marks and
Just
PWT.
in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
And I respond to him like, bro, we just had 6 weeks off of UFC, though. It's not a weekly television entertainment program. And the people who do watch every fight night, every Apex, every Apex card, every fucking Dana White Tuesday Night Contender watches every episode of The Ultimate Fighter. I'm not gonna lie. There's some shit I will skip nowadays, but I was that diehard and I am that diehard with MMA. I watch all the Dana White's Tuesday Contenders. I watch every season of The Ultimate Fighter. I watch every fucking pay-per-view, and I try and watch most fight nights. Nowadays, I mean, they do way more shows. But Dave, it's like we just got 6 weeks off of UFC, and it's not a weekly entertainment television program. So it doesn't matter what you're saying. MMA is a completely different thing. And, oh yeah, what I was going to say, the people who do watch all that shit, they are called sickos. Like MMA fans go, that's hardcore shit. UFC fans will tell you that. That's the niche of the niche, right? Like Dana keeps The Ultimate Fighter alive for whatever reason. It does like 100,000 viewers, and he will just keep it alive as like a commercial for shit and to find prospects. It's like his people know what it is. It's just Dana's cheap fucking way of giving guys exhibition fights, seeing if someone kind of has star quality on camera, and then fucking taking them for the UFC and shit. That's what it is. It's like we all accept that MMA hardcore sickos watch every fucking thing. You don't need to watch every fucking thing, period. And if you do, you're like the niche of the niche, right? So again, Dave just showing he's so out of touch with the shit he talks about. And so I said AEW would be way better if they didn't do a weekly TV show and just did a super indie pay-per-view event once every 3 months or so. I've said this 1,000 times. Like, Dave is so ass backwards. He doesn't even get, like, man, you should be promoting. Again, man, Dave's like, tell that the more's the better with all the shows that UFC does. Yeah, but the main card, the thing they sell you, the pay-per-view, is fucking 5 fights, dude. And Conrad Thompson, shout out Conrad, because he actually pipes in and responds. And Conrad, who I've been going back and forth with a couple times, but he's a cool dude.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
He goes, oh, come on now, Dave. That's not very fair. Bruce was talking about wrestling shows. Chat me up about the UFC. Are you referring to the UFC? Because that's very much different. He says, surely not. Wrestling and MMA are apples and oranges. There's a lot to unpack here. But the majority of the audience isn't even in their seats when the Major Vegas UFC cards start. And that's true, dude. Like, in the UFC, it's not until the pay-per-view starts that, like, all the seats are full. Like, the prelims fight in front of nobody. And again, Dave would know that. Oh, the super uber hardcore smart MMA fans. So Dave just pwned himself with his own analogy, too. Because, yes, Dave, the uber sicko smarks, if you want to cater to them and gas them out and give them these 14 match fucking shows, and pro wrestling's different. People want to sit from the beginning to the end. They want to see the pyro at the start. They want to see who comes out. They want to see every match, and then they want to go. MMA is different. But again, Dave is giving ideas. He pitches, tell that to UFC that does 14 matches. Yeah, buddy, no one watches all the matches, though. It's the key 5 or whatever that everyone watches. And now you're starting to see, and then they go to some markets and the commentary goes, wow, man, it's crazy to see all these fans here from the first fight. It's like a notable thing whenever the commentary goes, oh, man, the prelims are on and this house is already packed. This crowd is, it's a thing that they're like, fuck, that rules, because typically people don't sit through 100 fucking fights. And it's the same thing with wrestling. You can't expect the people to sit through 100 fucking matches. And Dave is trying to say that the sicko niche thing is the better thing to do than what the best company's doing. Like, who is he trying to explain that to? UFC? Yeah, WWE's ruling right now. They do 4 or 5 matches. AEW's not. So tell that to who, Dave? First off, MMA and pro wrestling aren't the same thing. Secondly, Dave's like fansplaining how to do business better, even though the company that does what Dave's saying does the worst business comparatively to the company that does the best shit, just business wise. And they do 5 matches of fucking PLE. Like, Dave is so twisted ass backwards. It's fucking insane. It's literally kooky fucking craziness. Right? And so lastly, the last thing I want to talk about here, Dave Meltzer just completely lies through his fucking teeth here. And he's just a scumbag because he sits here and goes, oh, I don't want people to hurt themselves. And then he turns around and gives Moxley Fletcher 6 stars. Or was it 5 stars? I can't remember. Okada and Tanahashi got 6. I think, and then he gave Mox and Fletcher, 5 stars. So, Dave, you reward the people who land on their heads. Ospreay famously did the fucking Spanish fly on the apron, landed on his neck and head, fucked himself up. If you think that that injury doesn't have anything to do with the neck fusion he's getting now, you're a dumbass. You just gave Moxley and Fletcher 5 stars for him landing on his fucking head. So what are you talking about? You are the reason wrestlers wrestle like this. You're the reason Britt Baker does that death match, which did rule, but she's like, hopefully Meltzer gives it 5 stars. You're the reason all these guys, Shibata had his brain removed, allegedly. Obviously. Allegedly. I'm fucking kidding, but Dave's the reason that fucking Ibushi's legs don't work. His words, not mine. You're the reason Ospreay's getting neck whatever the fuck when he's at the age he is and just signed this big ass contract. You're the reason Kenny's fucked up and people go, oh, it's diverticulitis. Yeah, but also that's not the only reason, right? Because it's not the only reason Kenny's fucked. For instance, when Brock Lesnar dealt with his diverticulitis, he came back and was like, I felt like I'm 20 again, and he won in the UFC, for instance. And I'm not saying Kenny Omega, but he looked like he can't do, like he does the, what is that move called where you do like the frontwards, you put them up on your shoulders, then you do the frontward slam. And Kenny always does like the front flip kip up out of it. He can't stick the landing. He fucking slips every time now because he's just not there. When he slows it down, has a match like he did with Gabe Kidd, he's all good. But his whole style has had to be changed, and he doesn't do nearly as many fucking dives and crazy shits because he can't. That's not just because of diverticulitis, dude. It's because he's fucked up. Like, look at how he used to wrestle. If you just look up old Kenny Omega highlights, he was crazy, man. And there's a reason why Matt Hardy's fucking legs are the way they are and Tanahashi's legs are the way they are. And Dave Meltzer rates that shit 5 stars. So literally the same week, he says what he's about to lie and say right here. He rated a match where a guy got dumped on his head by a veteran for no fucking reason, added nothing to the match at all. Dave gave it 5 stars because the selling was great from Mox. That's what he said. Liar! So it has nothing to do with the dump on the head. You know, you goddamn liar! And you think he would admonish and like shit on the, not even shit on the match, but go, yeah, doc. And we can prove this because we covered on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week in the Observer newsletter. Dave Meltzer wrote and omitted. He lied by omission. He left out the fact that Okada stabbed Takeshita with the fucking screwdriver or whatever happened right in front of the ref, and he still gave the match 4 whatever stars. He literally did not mention it. He did not mention that the ref saw it, and that doesn't dock stars. So he's just lying. And I think my conspiracy theory is Dave's trying to like promote Kendall Gray and give high stars to some WWE matches and then say lies like this, blatant lies, so that he can kind of rebuild his image. Because the last 5-star merchants, the last 10 of them are all cooked from landing on their heads.
Hobbs gave Swerve a world's strongest slam on the cement blocks, which were legitimate blocks. They did not budge.
Oh,
that
man.
looked like it sucked.
Oh, my God, did that look like it sucked.
And then Hangman hit a dead eye onto the cement, which looked like it destroyed both of his knees.
They could even use the cinder blocks, but not in the way that they did. You know what I mean? Like, they could be there for like a gimmick bump, but
Even Dave's like, this is too fucking sicko. But instead, he leads the brigade and fucking all these people are melting down about Regal, nothing. But because I'm saying something's dangerous, now it's valid, Brian. Because poor people don't like AEW, Brian.
you know, poor people don't like AEW.
Because the babyface heel, babyface whatever superstar
Or, the
thing.
young superstar, babyface, the former heel thing. So,
Brian,
like, both of those cinder block spots, I just thought, like, it's like you don't have to do that. It doesn't even make the match better. It's just like, you're just risking, you're just taking time off of your career.
See, he couldn't, see how he almost couldn't say it? Because people have said this a million times. And now that Dave finally, his brain has matured into like that of a 25-year-old, but he's fucking 65 because he's mental. Fucking, you just saw it. The cognitive dissonance. He almost fucking, he starts spurging out because he's like, I can't say that because people have said that against me. He cannot compute. But then he just reluctantly almost vomits in his mouth while saying doing stupid shit in wrestling is going to shorten your career, because he knows that people have been telling Dave this and he just has rejected it for 50 fucking years.
Taking time off of your career, you're just thrashing your back or your knees, and you just don't.
Your back or your knees, but fuck their heads and necks, right? The things that control their central nervous system and their fucking the way they think about things and the serotonin and melatonin and all this shit that, and you fucking, affects your mood. And you look at a guy like Raven just fucking shaking on fucking Chris Van Vliet, and you look at these guys and it's like, oh yeah, fuck their heads and necks, 5 stars. But oh man, those knees. Dave's a clown.
Wrestling alone is a hard business that's going to, your body is eventually going to give out in wrestling anyway, no matter what.
When we say this to Dave, hey, it's already tough enough. You could break your neck on a scoop slam. Why do tombstone doomsday devices on the outside through a table? Oh, well, 5 stars. I don't want to see this, but 6 stars. Give me more plays. This is how you know it's dog shit slop. Because even Meltzer is now finally like, but again, he's only doing this because he's saying it. Only Dave and Brian are allowed to say things. If anyone else were to critique and go, well, Dave, then why do you promote Spanish flies on aprons or whatever? I don't. I actually like matches that,
Every single person who's good at this, eventually the body gives out. That's just how it is. You don't need to speed up the process with things like that. I know people like it and everything, but it's like when I see
I know people like it. No, Dave, you like it. You like
The best
it.
guys, Tony Khan.
And then a billionaire goes, well, Daddy Dave likes this, so I'm going to book this. And the sickos, the littlest amount of wrestling fans, the nichest audience, likes it. And then they poach some WWE guys or signed up ex-WWE guys. So there's going to be, there's more there's some casuals who are like, okay, I'll fuck with this. But like GCW and TNA can outdraw and rival them and shit in the same buildings. Or at least GCW fucking outdrew Dynamite in the same building. And now TNA on AMC is doing a Dynamite fucking attended show. So bro, no. I know people like it. No, you and your fucking sicko hive mind like it. The least amount of people like it. And when people point that out to you, Dave, hey, no one really likes this shit. They don't care. That's what Regal said. Hey, people don't really know the difference between a brainbuster and a suplex. So he's saying exactly what Regal said, but it's okay when Daddy Dave is saying it now and fucking fuck their heads and necks. But those knees, guys, you might scrape your knees. There isn't 4 million fucking contractors out there every day fucking putting knee to cement building the fucking infrastructure of this goddamn country. Oh, those fucking poor knees. Fucking Dave's worried about the knees because he's on his knees all the fucking time for tone.
Just like, why? You know, it's like, oh, this stuff's already dangerous the way it is now with all the apron bumps and everything. You know, it's like I'm sounding like an old timer, but it's like, dude, you know, I want these guys to have careers. I don't want everyone to be in freaking knee surgery and neck surgery constantly.
Then why do you give out 5 stars to the fucking people who are in neck surgery?
Hobbs gave Swerve
all the people. So Ibushi's in knee surgery all the time. Kenny Omega's in surgery all the time. Will Ospreay just had a fucking neck fusion surgery or whatever the fuck with multiple hernias in his back. And Shibata had his brain removed, according to you, got brain surgery. So all these fucking 5-star merchants, I'm sure there's other ones. Oh, I really don't want this to happen, so let me keep rewarding them in my fucking Mark magazine and convince everybody I'm the all-seeing eye of Horace Uwatu, the fucking watcher observer of pro wrestling, and I'm the objective voice, and I will condescend anybody who questions that, but I reward the shit that I'm now criticizing. This is why you're coping, and this is why you will never stop being roasted by one Phil Marks, Dave Meltzer. You're a fucking fraud. You're a fucking liar. Brian's a putz. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. We cooked him. We baked him. We basted him. We defiled him. We deflowered him. We defaced him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Pro Wrestle Times live show, Sicko Saturday this week, over 4 hours. We did a chat. You guys fucking rule. I appreciate you all so goddamn much. Round of applause for the PWT universe for being here this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. I have been your host, Phil Marks. I need to get the fuck out of here. I appreciate you all. Rest well. Become a member. It's only 99 cents. Get access to Member Monday shows. All of the archives are on Patreon as well. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times, plus tons of bonus content, unedited, uncensored shows, all that good shit. I love you guys. Be good to each other. And I will see you guys a jam-packed week this week. A jam-packed week. We got a PWT run-in for TNA Thursday. Be there or be square. See you guys. Take it easy.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan. We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag. It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured Secure the back.
But like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live like my favorite movie. Time God. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.